Test, test, test. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. That's a good question.
Okay, I brought someone more
All right.
clever than
Well,
me.
that's
She
really,
has
the bar's not high. We're, the two of us are about equal. So I have
Okay.
this.
So we're gonna plug this.
And
I'll let
that
you do it.
Josh
so
gave
in case
me.
you ever have to do it again, see the little dongle over there on the right?
Okay.
This guy right here.
Yes.
Plug it right into there.
This chair's not moving.
Did you do you guys have a Word document that you have, or do you want to just create a new
Am I
one?
insane?
It might go the opposite way.
There we go.
We'll just,
Okay.
So
So that's it.
you don't have a Word document that you're starting with, right? You're just
No,
gonna
but
start-
I could, whatever you
No,
need
no,
me
it's,
to.
it doesn't. It really
I
doesn't
don't think
matter.
we're gonna
They
do the
t-
word today. I think we're just gonna get it recorded.
Oh.
Do you
don't-
want me
don't
to
wanna do
take the
bookmarks?
notes?
You could.
If you want me to, they're not going to look like Josh's, but I can hit the highlights.
Okay, show her how to just put the word document.
Yeah. So the Word document's open, right?
Yeah.
So you want to go to File. You want to save it, and I would probably save it to your flash drive. That way you have it with you.
Yes, that's what I would think they would do.
Is that this?
Yes. It's
Yeah,
and then
okay.
They usually, I think they put the date of the meeting.
7/1/25.
Yeah, that's fine. And then you
Okay.
hit the record button on the top left there.
When it starts.
Oh, you can do it now.
No recording file for this document has
Yep,
been
that's fine.
specified.
Do you want to create a new one? Yes. So this is where you're going to save the VCR file too. You can keep it in this folder because with your thing plugged in, it's gonna mirror it, so it's actually gonna take 2 copies, one on the computer, one on your flash drive.
Okay.
So I would also just name it there, so you could do the same meeting, 07, or however you wanna name it.
Okay, I
Save
forgot the
that.
T there. Okay, meeting 7/1/25, save. Okay, so, and then there's
So now it's recording.
all right,
And
so
then there's a pause, right?
So typically what they do is they'll say like, they'll do a little intro, like today's, this is a recording of July 1st, 2025 BCC meeting. I don't know how important that is for you guys, but they
Okay.
always do that.
All right, let's do that.
So you
So
want to
unplug
unpause
it.
it. This is the only mic that's turned on right now.
this is a record now. Keep going. This is a recording of the July 1st, 2025 regular board meeting.
Pause. And then that's it.
Okay.
So you could, I think on here, the bookmark button is either right here, or I think it's either Control B or Alt B was the keyboard shortcut,
Okay.
but you could add a shortcut.
They're
and
just
say,
gonna,
like,
if I end up taking notes, they're just gonna get like bullets. Kind of like the discussion, anything that like, if you want me to do that, if you want Amber to sit here and, it's completely up to you what you want. I don't know that Amber's gonna feel comfortable doing that piece of it, but if you don't think that they need it and they can just do it when they listen to it, that's your own.
Do you guys need to see these first, or do I just give them to the chairman? Their speaker cards.
I don't need to see them,
Okay.
as long as that she can tell what they are.
Okay, I wasn't
We
sure.
normally look to see that she can tell, put them in order.
Okay.
This guy now, while we're just checking.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our July 1st, 2025 Board of County Commissioners meeting here in Lake County, and we're glad that you're with us today. We're going to have our invocation and our pledge, and then we have a special treat because this is July, and we have instituted a program in Lake County where we celebrate America in July. We are going to have a wonderful speaker today for about 10 minutes before we get into county business. And I'm not going to tell you who that speaker is, but he is sitting on the front row, and we will all soon get to hear him. But first, let's start with our invocation. And Reverend Bob McClary from the United Methodist Church of Mount Dora will give the invocation today, and then we'll remain standing for the pledge.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Let's all go to prayer together. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this beautiful day that you provided. We thank you for the ways that you've chosen us to be your people, that you can lead us and guide us in the ways that we need to go. We do ask for forgiveness always, to bring us back on the right path, to keep us back in your journey, to give us strength, to give us knowledge and wisdom as we go forth in our days. Let our leadership be with you. Let our ways be under your guidance. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for choosing us. And thank you for letting us be your hands and feet to our community, to our country, and to our world. For these and all of our blessings, we thank you. And we ask this in your Son's holy name. Amen. Amen. Let's join together in our pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor. Okay, without further ado, I would like to ask Ray Powers to come to the podium, and he's going to introduce our speaker this morning.
Good morning, everybody. It's a great honor for me to introduce my friend, longtime friend, and just one of our best people representing Lake County. Not often do I call him this, but I'll say the Honorable Carey Baker. And I'll give a little bit of his history. He was a state representative from 2000 to 2004. He's a Florida Senator 2004 to 2010. This is a big one. He was the first elected official, federal or state, in the United States to serve wartime in Iraq. While he was in Tallahassee, he was voted the most effective conservative in the Florida legislature. He was 31 years in the Florida National Guard. He actually went over and trained Ukraine soldiers and spent time in the Panama jungle, retired first sergeant. He was the former and future Lake County property appraiser, saving taxpayers in that capacity for 12 years. Owns the oldest operating gun shop in the U.S., founded in 1886. He, like most of us that are natives, was born in Eustis. He graduated from Tavares High School. He's married to Lori Baker. She was recently the president of Lake County Education Foundation, and she's a successful realtor in Lake County. All three of his children graduated from Lake Sumter College. Currently, his daughter Caroline is a political science major at University of Central Florida. Reagan is in the commercial pilot program at Auburn, working on an aviation degree. And this is a big one too. Carey belonged to Troop 43, Boy Scouts in Lake County. Now he's a Scout Master for that troop. His son Leighton achieved Eagle Scout in Troop 43. That troop is also the first chartered Boy Scout troop in Florida. And I would be remiss not to say he's also the Vice President of Lake County Historical Society. And we're awfully proud of him. So you're up, boss.
Well, I guess I get to say that, honestly, that the Board of County Commissioners has my back today. Thank you. Yep. I was talking to Pastor Bob earlier, and I said, what if we woke up every morning and we made a list of all our shortcomings throughout our whole life, all our failures, And we looked at that list, and we never took into account all the successes, all the great children we raised, all the accomplishments we made in our private endeavors, in serving the community. But what if we only focused with our failures? And it seems, unfortunately, in this country that maybe in recent decades we focus so much on our failures and not enough on our successes and our accomplishments. And our nation, just like us, we are not defined by our failures. That's not who defines us. You know, we learn from them, we're forgiven, we move forward, and we become a great member of society. And in this case, America is a leading nation in the world. And that's what I want to share with you today. And it all started, and I don't know how long I have, and my speeches. So when you're looking at all the great things America has accomplished and how we lead the world, the list is endless. Endless. It's stunning. And I think it all started with how America was founded. And we were founded on the notion of freedom, in this case, religious freedom. You know, the Pilgrims arrived in 1620, and they started to build modern America through the values and the shared morals and character of our nation. In 1630, the Puritans came, and that's when my great-great-great-grandfather showed up in 1630. And so we had a 150-year history before we ever won our independence of living across the Atlantic from England and developing a nation, developing county commissioners and city commissioners, and developing a form of government that was limited in nature and that required the people just to step up and take care of themselves. And so it was our belief in the freedom of religion and the foundation of religion and how that instilled upon us these qualities that we carried of independence, of helping our neighbors, and we carried that through when we won our independence. Our Constitution is limited in nature because we had learned to survive for 150 years with limited government. We didn't need a big government. John Adams said that our Constitution was designed for religious people. What he meant by that is that when people are religious, have moral values, you know, they follow the commandments. They don't steal and rob and lie and respect their parents. What a concept, huh? It's what helped grow our nation. Matter of fact, here we are 400 years from now, or from them, 400 years from when the Pilgrims first arrived, and we started off this meeting with a prayer from a pastor. And that is unique in the world. This doesn't happen everywhere, but it happens in America, and it's still happening all because we started out developing these habits of respecting the good Lord above, independence in our thinking and our work, and is developed and it's worked. You know, our Bill of Rights separate us from the rest of the world. Our Bill of Rights, many governments in the world have Bill of Rights for their people, but the difference is they either ignore them or the Bill of Rights will have a little caveat at the end, and that is you have the freedom of religion as prescribed by law. You know what that means? That means you don't have freedom of religion. You have freedom of speech as prescribed by law. You know what that means? You don't have freedom of speech. It's just whatever government says you can say. It's what religion government allows you to practice. But in America, we recognize that our rights came from God. And that's a special concept, and it's a concept we have clung to. Alexis de Tocqueville, a French philosopher, toured America in the early 1800s, and he said he recognized that how we valued not only religion, but we have valued a governmental document as much as we did the Bible in many cases, and that was the Constitution. And he recognized the goodness of America. He said he marveled at the fact that we didn't have some all-encompassing church, a Church of England, a powerful, politically powerful Catholic church, but just Americans, they attended their local church. They held those religious convictions personally. And he said he saw that in the American people. And he recognized in 1840 that America was great. And he said America is great because America is good. Because America is good. It's because of the values that we held. And one of the other religious values is most folks who recognize the words of the Bible where the good Lord said he worked for 6 days and rested on the seventh. Worked for 6 days. Well, we Americans took that to heart. Pastors used to preach on what's called now the Protestant work ethic. That means Americans, you get up and you go to work every day and you work hard. And you do work hard. And this is where I'll get off I'll deviate now a little bit from the religious track. But it's important to understand how our faith in the Lord has formed the success and the values of America and is now carried forward to us still today, 400 years later. Well, that work ethic is really what has driven American prosperity. That work ethic is what has separated us in many cases from the rest of the world. Do you know by 1825, per capita, Americans were the most wealthiest people in the world? By 1825, we were the most wealthiest people in the world. Now, were we poor? Sure we were poor. We just weren't as poor as everybody else. We had just worked hard and grew and took care of ourselves and formed our own government, formed our own business. And within 75 years, by 1900, we were the leading industrialized nation in the world. We had trains crisscrossing this country. We had manufacturing going on everywhere. We were leading the world. And we were still riding around, when not on a train, we were on horses. 20 years later, everyone had a car in America. And what an innovation. Let me tell you about what cars do for you. When you have a horse, you can go to work within a 5-mile radius or whatever, how long a horse will take you. But when you have a car, believe it or not, you can take your skills and your services and you can point it in any direction and you can find a job or a business opportunity where that car can take you. When I leave this building today, I want to drive 91 miles to a place where I can use my skills and my knowledge to my benefit and their benefit. And that's what a car does for you. And this innovation has led to us leading, and I went down the list. I started to make a list, and I do have a list, of where America leads the world. And let me tell you, it's in everything. And we don't talk about it enough. We don't talk about it enough, but it's meaningful. And we've talked so little about it, and we've made it such a long list of where we have failed and come up short that I fear that many Americans, especially our children, don't realize the greatness of our country. And you can start with our government institutions. You know, our Constitution has been a leading document for the world to emulate. The separations of power, the idea that literally you should have a written Constitution that you can hang your hat on, run your government. The idea that you should list a Bill of Rights, that's an American concept. It's been emulated across the world. We have a strong military. What has our military done? Other than save the world on several occasions. And in my service, I've been lucky to travel. And I served in Ukraine, like Ray mentioned, and I got to speak and talk to many former Soviet Union countries and how their military is thought of. And it's not unique to there, but it's common around the world. In most of the world, their country's militaries have literally been used against their own people. It's unique in America that we have a military that is so respected and so honored, and it's because it's never been used against the American people. It has always fought for what we all value: freedom, national sovereignty, and protection. And that is not the case in the rest of the world. Rudyard Kipling had a poem, they called British soldiers Tommies, and it was Tommy this and Tommy that, and chuck him out the brute, but 'tis savior of his country when the guns begin to shoot. But the problem is they had a lot of disrespect for British soldiers because they were used against their very own people at times by the king or the parliament even. And so our military has come and rallied for the cause of freedom time and time, and that is unique among the world. Our economy is the largest economy. The world runs off the American economy. Our financial institutions are the strength of the world. In America, our currency is somewhat based on gold and Fort Knox. Around the world, their currency is based on U.S. dollars. They hold U.S. dollars as something to put in a vault and value and base their economy. There are countries in the world that they've done away with their own currency. They solely rely on U.S. currency. That is how strong our currency is. That's how strong our markets are, our businesses. We led the world in where a common person, a man or woman, can invest in the most profitable, successful business and become part owner. That's called a stock, and build wealth off their ownership. Just a common American can build their own freedom, their own wealth, their own retirement off the stock of the world's largest, greatest countries or companies in the world. And that's extraordinary. Our educational institutions are the envy of the world. I know we have issues, but we are the destination for the world. 1 million foreign students come here because we offer the best in education. The research and development that go on in our universities is stunning. It leads the world. China sends their students here. You know why? To steal our best ideas. And our best ideas find their way in patents. We lead the world in patents. Patents that represent every new innovation is patented. We lead the world. Nobel Prizes, that's not an American institution. Yet more Nobel Prizes have been given for STEM research to Americans than any other nation. We lead the world in Nobel Peace Prizes. It is commonplace. Even last week, the United States was instrumental in having a peace treaty signed for a couple African nations that no one in America will ever visit. Yet there we are, ensuring peace and safety for folks that we will never know, we will never meet. And we do that time and time again. When we think about space leadership, it is so commonplace in America that we have rockets zooming into space nearly every week and we think nothing of it. Do you know how special that is? How unique that is? How uncommon that is? No one's even close. No one else has walked on the moon. We have Mars. We've been going to Mars now for 40 years. We have all kinds of rovers. There ought to be a highway in Mars. We have a helicopter flying around Mars right now. We have private industry leading us into space every week practically. This is extraordinary. This is unique. This is exceptional. This is the stuff that's going on in this country every single day, every single week, every month, and we don't do enough to talk about it. We don't do enough to inspire our children that the possibilities in this country are just endless, and they're in every facet. Whether it's medical, we lead the world in our research and development, in our biomedical research, in technology, in our robotic surgery. We lead the world. America does. No one else. Not France, not Germany, not England. America. Not China is doing. China is doing great in patents, but they take American innovation and they just tweak it and they patent it to hold a competitive advantage. There's no real innovation. All the innovation in China comes from them sending students here and stealing our technology. And speaking of coming to America, what nation in the world do people want to come to more than us? What nation? We have to build walls to keep people out because they're wanting to come to America for the freedom and the opportunities that come here. So, folks, I could go on and on. There's no area in which America doesn't seem to hold a leadership position, and that's not by accident. It's not by accident. It is the values that we hold that all started with some folks coming to America, searching for religious freedom, searching for the ability to worship God in the manner they chose, and from those values developed an American culture, an American society that is the envy of the world. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Carey, so much. A true patriot. I'm sure many of you know that. Thank you very much for being here today, and the commission for holding this little opportunity as we celebrate, as the chair had said, celebrate everything that's great about America in July. It's our birth month. We can be pretty divided the rest of the 11 months, but let's come together. The intent is to celebrate all that's good about America this month. We know we've got our issues and history in the past, and I'm talking to you now as the representative of our historical society, and I appreciate you, Ray, for being involved with this. But what we wanted to do was recognize, of course, we recognize all the history, but we wanted to especially celebrate what is great about America today and kick off July. It's July 1st. So I just wanted to say thank you so much. We'll have Judge Brian Welke coming back at the next meeting to talk about his book, The Battle of the Bulge, which focuses in on the Battle of the Bulge. Of course, we want everybody to come in and listen to that as well. So thank you so much for doing this, and may God bless America, and may God bless you, Carey, too. Appreciate it.
I didn't go over my 3 minutes.
You did, yeah, the alarm didn't go off, so you're good. Thank you.
All right. Well, we appreciate it, Carey. Thanks for being here today, and an excellent job. And yesterday we planted a Liberty tree out in Sorrento at the new fire station, so that was exciting. So that was kind of our Celebrate America month activity. But we really appreciate you being here today to participate and really kick off July for us. Okay, all right. Well, we're going to move ahead now with our agenda, and I'll call on the county manager for an update to the agenda.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. First, on tab 9, we have added an updated agreement. Tab 21 was added as an addendum since the agenda was first published, and I'm asking that the board add that to the consent agenda. And then finally, I'm requesting that we move tab 11 to a later meeting date. There is still some feedback that we were looking for from CFX, and so I would ask that we move that from today's agenda and push it out a few months.
All right. Do we have any other changes? Yes.
I move to add the suggested item to the consent agenda and to move item 11 to a time certain.
Okay. To a future agenda.
Future agenda, yeah.
All right. We have a motion. Do we have a second? We'll go with it. We'll go with it. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right. Those changes have been made then. Moving then ahead to minutes approval. Christy Elaine, on behalf of the clerk.
Thank you. Christy Mullane. We recommend approval of the following minutes. May 20th, 2025, regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Moving on, the citizen question and comment period. We are now entering the public comment portion of the meeting when the public can discuss items that are not on today's agenda, with the exception of any zoning items, which we will address once we get to those public hearings. Anyone who has joined our meeting through Zoom using their phone may press star 9 to virtually raise their hands. Anyone participating through Zoom online, please click the raise hand button to let us know that you wish to speak. Everyone will have 3 minutes to speak, and after 3 minutes, an alarm will sound letting you know that your time is up, and we just ask that at that point you wrap it up so that we can treat everyone fairly and we can keep the agenda on track. I do have some speaker cards at this point that for items that are not on the agenda and are not zoning items, so we'll go through those first. Eric, do we have anybody yet online? Okay, I'll get back to those, and let me start with Alan Chen. And then after Alan will be Lorene Davey.
Good morning. I just wanted to add some additional, Alan Chen, 8010 Treasure Island Road, Leesburg. Just wanted to add some additional context to the public comments made by Lisa Hayden at the last BCC meeting as to why the entrance to Treasure Trove should be relocated and consolidated with East Treasure Island Ave. And just to set the background, over here on the right, every time we exit East Treasure Island Avenue onto CR 44, which is this road back here, we're reminded by these crosses at the corner. So it reminds us as to how dangerous this intersection is. I think Treasure Trove will just make it more dangerous. And even though, we can have double yellow lines and center entrances, people pass on those all the time on CR 44, especially on this stretch of the road. I know we talked about a circle which can slow traffic down, but I don't think it would allow a constant stream of cars to enter in to CR 44. So that's why we were suggesting at this corner here of East Treasure Island Ave and Sierra 44 going this way, maybe this can't turn the way this is drawn here because of the power pole that's nearby in the corner. But certainly a light here with a consolidated entrance would help significantly. So I think if we consolidate it, one is we reduce the number of entrances onto Sierra 44, even if it's just one less entrance. I think that's significant. The curve here does help for visibility, but again, based on the pole position, maybe you cannot make the full turn to be a right angle, but a light would help in addition to that. The improvements to East Treasure Island Road, including things like bicycle lanes or increased width and sidewalks, would also be beneficial. And as opposed to what was mentioned at the last meeting, this drawing was presented in the past and is the majority consensus among the residents to make this change as opposed to having this additional entrance. So I would hope you can consider maybe writing or talking with Leesburg to try to enact that change if possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Then we have Lorraine Davey, and I just want to note, I was coming back from Leesburg yesterday, our meeting that we had over there, and somebody was passing on a double yellow, right around that same location.
Hello, my name is Lorraine Davey, 8940 East Treasure Island Ave, one of the Chen's neighbors. Mr. Baker spoke of freedom. I'm kind of here to speak of freedom also, the freedom to enjoy my property. As you can see from the map, actually, I'll come on over here. My property, actually, I'm that dot right there in the back of the Treasure Trove development. As the land slopes, it actually goes towards my property. I have a bay head for the wetlands right in the back of my property. Considering what's going on at Lake Point, right up the road on 44, with all their trouble, with all the water and the runoff going into 44, I'm extremely concerned. I'm extremely concerned. I will not have the freedom to enjoy my property once this is built, unless some modifications are done. I definitely have to concur also in regard to freedom. The freedom to safely go to my students in my classroom. Every morning I have to take a left turn out of East Treasure Island Ave, and it is so dangerous. Like you said, they pass on double yellow all the time, and as I'm pulling out, if there are high-profile vehicles, I cannot see the oncoming traffic. There have been several occasions where I just take a right and I go to the power plant and then I turn around and I go back the other way. So yes, in regard to these two, I'm asking that you assist with my freedom and the freedom of my neighbors to safely exit and enter. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Louise Chen.
Can you please leave copies of those?
Oh, yeah, we need those copies. Lorraine, we need any copies that were shown.
Mr. Chen also.
And Mr. Chen.
Good morning. My name is Louise Chen. I live at 8010 Treasure Island Road, Leesburg, Florida, beautiful corner of Lake County. Love Lake County. I'm talking today about the impact of Treasure Trove is going to have on the neighbors, the Lake County residents. City of Leesburg and some of the developers seem to feel that they operate in a vacuum, that what happens in their development isn't going to affect the neighbors, but it does. Okay, here for A, this is toward where Lorraine's property would be. She's down, but there's this green area is going to be completely cleared off, and as it goes down, it's going to go into the wetlands. It's going to affect the neighbors over there. And then down here on B, this is where the blue area is, that's gonna be at 74 feet, and where the white area is, that's gonna be like 65 feet. It's gonna be a huge drop off. There isn't any kind of barrier or anything to protect the neighbors there from, for what we see at Silver Lake Point. C, again, is the other thing, is it's the same as A, is that this is gonna be a cleared area, and it's gonna just flow into the wetlands. The wetlands is what Lorraine had shown before. You can see it's with the 12 neighbors share it. So it's going to go all the way down to Treasure Island Road. And then F, I'm very concerned about that there were going to be, well, two things. 3 years ago, we talked to Sean Parks about this, about Treasure Trove, and it would be wonderful to have a 100-foot natural native vegetation border around this whole property to preserve it, especially since it's so wet. And Treasure Island Road is just, or East Treasure Island Avenue is just so beautiful with the trees, and it would just be very nice if we could save some of these trees that line the avenue. And then lastly, because I'm just so afraid that because the high water table, that there's not going to be enough room for the retention ponds to hold all the storm water. So, thank you.
All right, I just want to be clear. I mean, Leesburg, they already signed off on the design.
They've already signed off on it. And so, you know, we've been talking to them. And then St. John's is ready to sign off on it.
And you've given St. John's, obviously, your comments, your concerns about drainage?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be talking to them too. But I just wanted to let you know that this is what's happening, unfortunately.
And I believe this conversation only came up because we were thinking about the entrance off of 44, right? Yeah, okay. So Leesburg has already annexed this in. We're just trying to get the entrance correct.
Yeah, and I'm just bringing this to your attention that this is going to be happening to Lake County residents, you know, the unincorporated Lake County residents. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. We have someone online?
Yes, we have a number online. The first one is Vicky Cashwell. You should be able to unmute your line. Please state your name and then give your comments to the board.
Vicky Cashwell Dewey. I spoke back in December 3rd, and the board, good morning, by the way, I'm sorry. You asked for an update for the next meeting, which was December the 17th, which Jeff Earhart, the director of engineering public works, discussed. He gave an update. So I have that update in front of me, just kind of some highlights that I would like to point out with this. In his first bullet point says, met with resident on site in late 2023. That never happened. Roadway resurfaced and restriped early 2024. The community that was being built by Suggs Road, it's Lake Nelly, whatever the new community is up here by the church. They did the road improvements here. The next bullet point, raised roadway reflector markers added early 2024. No, those were actually, I have my emails right here, starting back in December of 2022 with George Gadiel. And I would like to just read a few of them to you. So here's the original email, which is funny because the accident happened July 3rd, 2022. So I'm still trying to get somebody to really grab attention to this because everybody just wants to keep pushing this to the side. And I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to continue until something's done about this. So there's an email from, starts with Jenny. Sorry, I have the wrong one pulled up right now. I apologize. It's on this side. Okay. So here it is. On 12/12/2022, which is what, 5.5 months after the accident, Jenny Hart sends a request for Evmar Drive, that Vicky Dewey, that she would like someone to come out and look about putting a guardrail at Lakeshore Drive, at the corner of Evmar Drive. She stated there have been several accidents there. Okay, so that went to Adam Schreck, I got this via public records request. So Adam Schreck forwarded it to George Gadiel, copied Jeff Earhart and Jeff Johnson. Okay, guardrail request. So everybody's been aware of this, because when Jeff Earhart gave that update that he didn't know anything about the building department, he didn't know this or that. Yes, he has. So here's the next one. So George Gadiel responded to everybody, CC Jeff and Jeff both on it. I will give her a call. That was on 12/12. And then all of a sudden on 12/13 is when supposed special master hearing got sent in about me, which is another story for another day. So then the next email after that is, I'm actually just going to go through a couple that George and I went back and forth with. I want to read you this one feed before my time is up.
Your time is up. It just
It's not free.
rang.
Well, my husband is going to cede his 3 minutes to me.
Can't do it. If he's going to talk, that's different, but we don't do ceding of time. Can you send all of those documents to us via email? Or send your synopsis? And that would be helpful so that we can see the rest of what you were going to present. Is there anyone else?
Yes. Our next speaker is Chris Broman. Chris, you should be able to unmute your line at this point.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. My name's Chris. I'm the owner of Torchlight Mobile Home and RV Park. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I emailed Ms. Kennard our concern regarding the non-ad valorem taxes. She was nice to distribute, I believe, to everyone on the board today. Last year, we received nearly a 300% increase in non-ad valorem taxes, which greatly affected our budget and the residents for that year. Our trailer park consists of both mobile home and RV sites. It's my understanding that there is a mobile home rate and an RV rate as it pertains to the non-ad valorem taxes. We're simply requesting that the board delineate between the mobile home and the RV sites, and we pay the appropriate rate for our RV sites. We appreciate your consideration on this matter. That's all.
Okay, thank you. And Jennifer, you'll take a look at that for us?
We can.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Brownell, for speaking up today. I did get your message from yesterday, and we will reach out. I'll be a part of that discussion as well, so I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
Yes, one more. It's just named Dewey. Dewey, please state your name to the board and then give your comments.
David Dewey. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
We can hear you.
Okay. Okay, because I couldn't concede my minutes to my wife, ask County Manager Ms. Barker for the information on from Captain McMenamy. He should have all the information. And he's aware of the entire situation. But I'd be more than happy to forward all that information to her, but I'd prefer to meet with her. Thank you. And that's it, I'm sorry.
All right, I can't tell. Do you think that was the end? Okay, all right. And Jennifer, can you work with Jeff on this situation? Yes. Okay. All right, anyone else? Okay, all right. Then moving along, we are going to move into our clerk of court's consent agenda.
Thank you.
Ms. Mullane.
Ms. Mullane, again for the record, we recommend approval of the clerk's consent agenda, items 1 through 12.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Moving on then to County Commission consent agenda with the changes that we made earlier in the meeting.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. That passes unanimously. Then moving on to presentations, Allison Teslia, Management and Budget Director.
Good morning. The presentation. All right. Good morning. For the record, Allison Teslia, Director for the Office of Management and Budget. I have several presentations that I'm going to be going through this morning. First up is the internal subdivision road maintenance and distributed wastewater system MSBUs. Okay. So first I'll go over the internal subdivision road maintenance MSBU, and then I will go on to the distributed wastewater treatment system MSBU. Okay, so the internal roads MSBU was adopted by the BCC in September of 2023. Its purpose is to provide funding for maintaining county roads within new subdivisions and will ensure a good state of repair for roads, sidewalks, and associated infrastructure. Okay. This is the second year of the MSBU, and we added one more subdivision this year. Here are the rates that were calculated for each subdivision. The MSBU rate is calculated individually for each subdivision based on the length of the roads, sidewalks, and the number of lots in the subdivision. So the first requested action is approval of the MSBU rates and to set the public hearing date for September 9th, 2025 at 9 a.m.
Okay, all right. Do we have a motion to move forward with publishing for the public hearing?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Then moving on to the next portion of this presentation.
All right, so next up we have the distributed wastewater treatment system MSBU. It was initially adopted by the BCC in July of 2023. This MSBU is for residents who opted into the DWTS program, and it covers the annual fee for the costs associated with the installation and operation of their system. Okay. The annual assessment amount was increased 3% from last year. This is the amount the contractor is allowed to increase the rate per the contract. And so the requested action is approval of the DWTS MSBU rate and to hold a public hearing on September 9th, 2025 at 9 a.m.
Okay. Do we have a motion to proceed?
So moved.
Second.
All right. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Passes unanimously. Moving on to tab 16.
All right. Next up, we have the solid waste and fire assessment rates and to establish the public hearing dates. First, I'll go over the solid waste assessment and then I'll go over the fire assessment. The solid waste assessment is used to fund the collection, management, and disposal of residential solid waste and recover materials in unincorporated Lake County. The assessment rates are set annually and are included in the trim notice. Vacant lots are not assessed, and the assessment cannot be used to fund countywide services such as landfill operations, convenience centers, and hazardous waste disposal. Okay. Here's the proposed solid waste assessment rates, which reflect rate adjustments to match increasing contract costs for hauling and disposal. The rates on the left are the one-time-a-week rates, and the ones on the right are two-time-a-week rates. Okay, so the requested action is approval of the initial solid waste assessment and to hold a public hearing on September 9th, 2025 at 9 a.m.
All right, do we have approval?
So moved.
Second? Do we have a second?
Second discussion.
All right, okay. We have a second.
This is for solid waste.
This is for solid waste. So we have a first and second, and for discussion.
Yeah, just a quick point out, I do think I say this every year, or Chair, you've said this too through the years. Again, this is an assessment with solid waste. It's a direct cost. It's not a general fund thing. A property tax is an assessment. It's the direct cost from our hauler. And so it's just whatever Whatever they're charging, it's what we're charging. It's not coming out of general fund. So just want to make that clear. And they do from time to time increase their costs, so.
Right, I mean, all of this is contracted for, and we also have a system by which when we receive complaints, and when complaints are made against the hauler, they are fined if they don't take care of the issues. We've made a lot of progress. When we first made some changes and switched over to haulers, we had a learning curve for a while as far as them getting used to their districts and their areas and unique areas where it was difficult for them to actually get to homes. But anyway, we negotiate the contract and we just essentially take the cost and then pass that cost on as a fee in this assessment. Yes, sir.
Does this include tipping fees?
Everything's rolled in.
Yeah, it is the disposal and the collection.
Okay, and what year will the bid go back out?
So I believe all of the contracts are through 2030. Do I have any solid waste people over there? I think it's through 2030.
And while he's walking up, there's something unique too about these contracts where the state doesn't allow us to open them up, right?
They don't allow us to open it up, and they basically guarantee that even if we wanted to not do a contract, it would be many years before we could roll out. Is it 3 or 5, 18 months?
Like if you wanted to go in a different direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, they won't let you. You have to wait. You have a waiting period.
Yeah, based off of state law, not us.
David Salinas, Director, Office of Solid Waste. Our hauler contracts are through 2030. Our landfill is through 2027 with a renewal option to 2030.
The landfill in Lake County or the landfill in Sumter?
In Sumter.
Thank you.
All right, so we have first and second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. That passes 5-0. Now moving on to tab 17.
Okay. Next up, we have the fire assessment, which is used for to fund fire protection services. It cannot fund advanced life support services. The assessment rates are calculated based on the call data and the distribution of the incidents, the allocation of resources and the budget, and the proportionate share of each land use. Okay, here's a breakdown of the most recent fire assessment study, which was presented earlier in May. Staff is recommending to implement the tiered residential category for the fire assessment based on the recent study, with no other changes to the current assessment rates. Today's requested action is approval of the initial fire assessment and to establish a public hearing date of September 9th, 2025 at 9 a.m.
Okay. So we just need a motion.
I move to approve.
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. That passes 5-0.
No.
No. We have, was that an aye? That was a no.
Opposed.
Okay, 4-1.
Thank you.
All right, moving then to public hearings, we have Meg Brew, Economic Development Director. This is with regard to the 2025 Mount Plymouth Sorrento redevelopment plan update.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Meg Brew with the Office of Economic Development. The Mount Plymouth Sorrento CRA was established by this board based on a finding of necessity that identified areas of blight within the community. As you know, CRAs are dependent special districts that use tax increment financing or TIF funds to advance redevelopment goals. In order to spend TIF funds, a project must be allowable by statute, located within the geographic boundaries of the CRA, and included in the CRA plan. In other words, CRA projects must be in the statute, in the boundary, in the plan, and of course in the budget. Ultimately, the CRA board, using input from the advisory committee and the public, will determine which programs and projects are implemented. Thus, some of the projects and programs outlined in this plan may not come to fruition. However, in order to be considered, they must be identified in the plan. A best practice for CRA plans is to update them every 5 years or on an as-needed basis. Last summer, the county engaged with Inspire Placemaking to update the existing CRA plan. Using data and community input, Inspire identified 5 primary goals for the CRA, and detailed potential implementation strategies that could be used by the CRA in pursuit of these goals. The CRA plan update process started last fall with a kickoff meeting between Inspire and county staff to include a request for data and an in-person tour of the CRA. Inspire used a variety of sources to gather data on the geography, demographics, and economics of the area. They held an open house in November where they engaged members of the community in the visioning process. They conducted additional stakeholder interviews in an attempt to gather input from stakeholders who had not otherwise already been engaged in the process. And they hosted a website for the plan update that linked to an interactive survey. The resulting plan is a combination of the quantitative and qualitative data that Inspire collected. The CRA plan then underwent review by staff and community members with edits being made along the way. Per state statute, the plan was brought before the Planning and Zoning Board, sitting as the local planning agency on May 7th. The Planning and Zoning Board found the plan to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. The plan then went in front of the CRA Board on May 20th. In the intervening weeks, additional edits, as described in the errata memo to the CRA Board, were incorporated into the plan, and the final plan is brought to the BCC today for consideration for adoption. We have shared with you some communication regarding the inclusion of infrastructure improvements in the plan with the board. A lack of infrastructure has been identified as a barrier to growth in the area. If the community does wish to attract new business, retail opportunities, and employment centers, this issue will ultimately have to be addressed. While it is certainly beyond the scope and the ability of the CRA to directly fund all of the infrastructure improvements needed, the absence of identified needs within the CRA plan would limit the CRA's ability to pursue grants or other funding sources that could support infrastructure development. To further clarify, it is not the intention of this plan to allow for CRA funds to be used to bring sewer or water to any private development. Rather, the developer bringing these utilities could open the door for potential additional connections in the future. So with that, I will turn it over to the board for any questions and consideration.
Okay, and I did have one question, though, because there was a reference, I think Barbara Morris had reached out in pages 38 and 39. She referenced the language of promoting substantial growth. And my understanding, as you just described it, was what we were trying to address is economic development, potential commercial retail opportunities in a Main Street district. Yes, knowing that without those utility connections, it's highly unlikely that that Main Street district would ever come to fruition.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just wanted to clarify that. I mean, the purpose is not like promoting, promoting growth per se or development per se, but acknowledging within the CRA we have certain land uses. Without those. Without the infrastructure and the utilities, it would be impossible for a Main Street district really to emerge and thrive.
Yes, ma'am. And we can clarify that language in that paragraph if you'd like as well.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would be helpful to clarify that that's really what the intent is to accommodate that Main Street district.
Okay.
Any comments or questions? And I've got a card from Cindy Newton if you want me to go ahead and call on the public, and then we can come back to the board. Cindy Newton.
Morning. Cindy Newton, District 4. Some of my questions were answered. I still have one question about the Spine Road. This is in the strategic projects. The Spine Road here goes through the Hillcrest development, which the developer was to pay for in Phase 1. I just want to know if any CRA funds are going to be used for that since it's placed in here.
No, anything that's within that development would be on the developer. That would not be CRA funded.
Thank you.
Anyone online? Okay, then we can bring it back to the board. Any further discussion or questions? And as far as any revisions to the CRA plan, those can be done, basically, I mean, anytime if the CRA advisory board makes a request, that would come back to the Board of County Commissioners. So if there's something that needs to be tweaked or modified as we go forward. Okay, all right. I would love to receive a motion on approval.
Second.
All right, first and second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, excellent. We appreciate all the hard work of staff and the CRA board and the advisory board and all of the input that we received from the public. Moving now into public hearings, I'd like to remind each member of the board that you're required to disclose any communications you may have had with the applicant or members of the public about any zoning case on today's agenda. We'll take those up as we get to each item. At the start of each case, please state on the record the names of the persons you've spoken to and the subject matter of the discussions. Any written correspondence has already been placed in the file by staff. And if you made any site visits, we need you to disclose that as well. So I'll call on Mike Fitzgerald, Office of Planning and Zoning Director.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioners, good morning. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald, the Director of the Office of Planning and Zoning. Today we have 11 items on our Planning and Zoning agenda. These items have been advertised in accordance with Florida statutes. At this time, staff would request an agenda update. Staff is requesting that tab 2 be postponed. We'll postpone that to at least September, and we will re-advertise that.
I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of tab 2 and to postpone to tab 2.
Okay, all right. And let me just make sure I haven't gotten any cards, though, for 1, 3, 4, or 5.
I'd like to pull tab 3.
Okay, all right, pulling tab 3, okay.
So I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 2 and 3.
Second.
Okay, after, just give me a second to make sure that I don't have any comment cards on any of those items, 1, 4, or 5. And I don't see that, so I think that we're good to go. All right, we have a first and second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that takes care of consent agenda. Now moving then to the regular agenda.
No, tab 3. Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, tab 3, and that we would take tab 3 up first. Okay. So tab 3 first.
Thank you, Chairman. Tab 3, the requested action is to adopt an ordinance establishing a community development district for 751 acres. The location is south of Schofield Road, west of Cook Road, and east of Highway 27. The project is anticipated to be developed with approximately 1,273 residential units. The petitioner intends that the district will finance stormwater, drainage and earthwork, public roadways, water, reclaim and wastewater systems, undergrounding of conduit, perimeter hardscaping, landscaping and irrigation, and conservation areas. I believe the applicant is here today to address the board.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and ask my question, if that's okay.
Sure.
So I see here that it says upon completion, public roadway improvements will be dedicated to the county for ownership, operation, and maintenance. So that would mean that it would fall under the MSBU, maybe?
I believe that is the intention, that the roads would fall under the MSBU.
So we'd have people in this new development paying for a CDD, which is supposed to be for some of this improvement, an HOA, and an MSBU. The only question I have is, why can't we include everything on here on the CDD but do not take over the road? Why can't we have the CDD take the road?
And I think
that is an excellent question.
Okay, the applicant's here?
The applicant
Let's
is
see if
here.
he'll say he'll take the road.
And I have some thoughts on that, too.
And I do, too.
Yeah.
All right, do you want to hear from the applicant first, or you guys want to put your thoughts out there so he knows exactly what your concerns are?
Sure. Just to be clear, no mention of Wellness Way. So this is in Wellness Way. So nobody thinks that this is a different development. PUD for this was approved a few years back. In every PUD that we approve in Wellness Way, probably with all new subdivisions, we are now asking, as you know, for MSBUs to pay for the resurfacing costs, the maintenance of basically right-of-way line to right-of-way line. You were supportive of that, I know. So in other words, it's taken care of, the long-term operational costs of that maintenance is taken care of, instead of putting it back in the general fund and everybody else pays for it. So if you remember the plans that Fred and Jeff came up and they said this is what we would do through an MSBU program, we would manage these roads so that they get extended life, so they're more than 25 years before you have to resurface them. And so the MSBU fee would go towards, it'd be money that's put away by the people who primarily use it year after year, in addition to having the program that we want to implement as a county to keep the roads resurfaced and maintained. That's what we've been doing. That's been our discussion for like the last probably 5 years or so, is to do it that way.
I agree with 100% of that, except none of those places had a CDD.
Well, I know it's unusual.
It's unusual, and it's the reason why I'm bringing it up. This is a CDD they're requesting.
Yep.
And it should be included, the road maintenance should be included in that. It's something completely different than what we agreed to 3 years ago. So you can't say what we agreed to, MSBU's is the same as this one, because it's absolutely not the same.
No, it is the same, because
It's
you're
the same MSBU, but
trying to
this
maintain
has
the
a
roads, though.
CDD, and the CDD should encompass the roads and the road maintenance.
Yeah, the CDD is going to pay for that's how they, whether you like CDs or not, I
don't care about a CDD, but
that pays for the capital.
That's like building it to begin with.
Right.
It's right. It's the building at the beginning, but they also need to maintain it.
Well.
All right, let's hear from.
Yeah, my concern is, I understand the MSBU's. We're going to have more staff on our side to take care of the roads. My theory is, if they're going to collect the money, they need to maintain their own roads instead of dropping it on the county to maintain their roads, even though we get the money. But we're still going to have the staff. We don't have the staff to do it now.
Yeah, well, there's a operational fee that's built into that MSBU fee for the staff to do that. Now, could somebody maintain it the way that Fred and Jeff will maintain it? Possibly. I mean, I'll give you that, but I mean, that was the whole intent of trying to, again.
And the other thing is, we're going to have so many MSBU's, if we continue down this road, we're going to have more staff just to manage them.
Well, I know that's where the part of your MSBU fee comes in, to maintain the operational cost of that. I mean, this is the true cost of development. I mean, unfortunately, that's just what it's coming to.
Just for Commissioner Morris, the MSBU came in part for internal roads that would normally go to an HOA.
Right.
But what a lot of time happens is HOAs go defunct, and then the roads come over to county anyway. So this is one of the ways to stop that. That's the reason why this MSBU started. I have not seen an MSBU in conjunction with a CDD. And is the reason why, if they want to have the CDD, then they need to take over the road maintenance.
And I guess that would be my big concern, is will they be able to maintain it? I mean, you just said it right there. The whole reason for doing all this was so that we were assured that they'd be maintained in a way that they would actually.
They're asking for a CDD. They can price their CDD to whatever they want to make sure that the roads are maintained.
Well, will they be able to maintain the roads the way that?
Let's hear from the applicant and get some feedback.
Thank you, Commissioners. Ryan Dugan here from Cusack Rock on behalf of the petitioner. And it's a great question. MSBU versus a CDD, I think, are two alternative ways to finance the operation and maintenance of the roads. The petition was drafted with the county taking ownership and maintenance for that very reason, that an MSBU was contemplated. CDD can't operate outside of what the county's approval is, so that's the way we structured it. The county, or the CDD, is capable and willing to take over ownership of the roads in this situation. We just didn't want a MSBU to be levying a charge for roadway maintenance when CDD was also doing that at the same time. So just don't want everyone in the community paying twice for the same maintenance.
So are you basically saying that you are willing to roll it in to the CDD, so we just have one entity that they're receiving a bill from on their.
Makes a lot of sense, and we're willing to make that change. As long as it's consistent with the comp plans and the development approvals. And I think, speaking to the petitioner, that change is also possible. Just want to coordinate and update the petition to reflect CDD ownership of the roads and maintenance of the paving. We already have in the works an interlocal agreement for operation and maintenance of the landscaping improvements in the right-of-way, so I think it would make sense to also do the actual roadway repaving.
Okay, so my question would be, but would you, there's a difference between an HOA, and no offense to this, but an HOA and then some CDD that's a corporation maintaining roads versus the way that we've envisioned that our own staff is recommending the way roads should be maintained for longevity and resurface. Would you be willing to follow our engineer's plan for that?
Yeah, any development that happens in the district has to be met up to the county's codes, development standards, and you're absolutely right that the CED is different from the county, but they are alike where they're both governmental entities. We have to go through the same public bidding process, public meetings, open meetings, as the county does. So there is a distinction between an HOA and a CDD, where the CDD is a better long-term maintenance entity for public improvements. So I think we're definitely more than, it's a better alternative than an HOA for these types of improvements. So I agree with your or answer affirmatively to your question.
Yeah, well, so I'm just trying to understand, because I know some might think this is a little tiny detail, but to me it's big. Because there could be a point 10 years from now, if it's not clear today, it sounds like a good idea, and that's fine. Who's going to if somebody comes through and says, oh, I remember we were supposed to do this resurfacing, this additive, and you say, no, we're just doing some not you, but whoever's managing the CDD says, no, we're doing it according to best practices or some whatever language you want to use. And there's nothing there that's definitive, then how are we going to know how to proceed? That's what I guess what I need to know is, will you follow, the prescription of, and maybe that's a good term, the prescription of what our Public Works is recommending for road resurfacing? Because we have not done that on many roads. This is why there's been problems. Right. We're finding out there's technology's changed, to be fair, too, as well. So we're trying to avoid that in the future, obviously. And they have a plan. We don't do it on all the roads, and we've had presentations on it before. So that's my question.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So the CDD has professional staff in place to focus specifically on the improvements within their boundaries. So district engineer, district management, and district council that are not going to go away after development. They're there to stay and protect the public improvements that are constructed. Essentially, the district puts together a capital improvement plan that lays out their plan for building the improvements in the district, and that's the basis of what we would use to maintain the roads. And all that development, the starting point is county standards of how they want their roads to be maintained. A lot of times, kind of going off roads, but the level of service of standard that you're requiring, the CD is going to go above and beyond in other areas. So that's absolutely the bare minimum of what we're going to maintain. And if there's any additional dialogue that needs to happen between county and the CDD, we're absolutely open and willing to have those conversations.
Okay, so I'll ask the attorney here maybe for a question at least. So right now, the way that what's in here is the request is to grant the CDD with the roads coming over through the MSBU, because the PUD that was approved for this says that it'll be an MSBU that we would maintain. So if this were to change, what would be the language that for my concern, could there be that they will follow the prescription from our road ops?
We can make adjustment to the ordinance and add that language in the ordinance.
Okay, so do we do that today or do we wait?
If you're going to approve it today, you can do that with the condition that additional language is added in there, and then I can work with him on getting that change made.
Okay, just want to make sure you're aware, because it is different. It's a different prescription. Okay. All right.
Okay, all right.
All right.
More questions?
So then I'll make a motion that we approve with the understanding that the road maintenance and improvements will not come back to the county under an MSBU, but the council will work with the developer on the CDD to come up with a good maintenance plan.
Second.
I'm just sorry, words a little bit.
Motion is second, we're in discussion.
Yeah, so it won't be to work, it will be that you're going to follow the Public Works prescription plan.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make that clear because
He
trying to be
just
clear on it.
knows exactly what he wants that plan to be.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, I'm trying to nail some of this stuff down, so just making sure.
Okay.
I think the key is for you to then get with Public Works and make sure that those specifications are what they are following, what was envisioned for that type of, roadway improvement to make it last longer.
Okay.
Okay, all right, so we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes, and then we will be making that change to the PUD. All right, tab 7 and 8 and, wait, no, tab 6. Before we proceed, do we have any disclosures that need to be made as far as meetings, comments, or, site visits, anything of that nature on tab 6?
I think I spoke with one neighbor to one of the projects, Bill Sullivan, he's here. And I think we already have as exhibits all the various emails we got. I glanced at them, and there was probably 30 or so. I think they're all attached right here. So.
Is this on tab 6 or on tab?
Oh, I'm sorry.
10. I think you might have been
I thought we were doing
referencing
all
10.
5. Well, that's comprehensive answer for all 5.
Okay, all right, we got you covered for all of them. Does anybody have specifically on tab 6 they want?
I do.
Okay,
Tab 6, I just met with Anita Grassi Carver.
okay, all right, anyone else? And you did? Okay.
Yes.
No, okay, all right, so we'll proceed with tab 6.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald, the Director of the Office of Planning and Zoning. Tab 6 is Lakeshore Preserve. The requested action is to amend the future land use map from rural future land use category to planned unit development on approximately 95 acres. The proposed Lakeshore planned unit development will include 149 residential units. At their meeting, the Planning and Zoning Board approved on the regular agenda by a vote of 4-0 with one abstained. The location is south of Lakeshore Drive in the unincorporated area of Claremont. The concept plan depicts a 149-lot residential subdivision with associated open space and stormwater area, maximum allowed impervious surface area of 60%, minimum open space of 40%, varying lot sizes of 65 feet, 70 feet, and 120 feet. Outside the proposed PUD, the open space and passive recreation are proposed on approximately 11 acres located within the Green Swamp area. The plan also shows approximately 46 acres to be preserved as conservation area along with a 50-foot upland buffer for the area located within the Green Swamp. Here is a summary of the existing and proposed use, the aerial of the property. And it is important to note that the City of Claremont has objected to this project. They have submitted an objection related to the lot width, the right-of-way width, and cut and fill, which is essentially the grading of the property. They do not support the project unless the applicant would consider a minimum lot width of 75 feet. This is a graphic showing the area of where the cut and fill would not comply with the regulations. And that cut and fill, the elevation change is a maximum of 10 feet. The proposed residential development is consistent with surrounding existing subdivisions. A utility notification dated March 26, 2025 from Sunshine Water Services indicated that central water is available, but central sewage is not available. Should the land use amendment be approved, they will be required to do a distributed system for their sewage. School concurrency will be required as we move forward with this development. A proportionate share mitigation agreement may be required. Lake County Fire Station 109 is located within 3 miles from the subject property. A study of intersections are currently operating at an adequate level of service and projected to do so at build-out. An environmental assessment will be submitted at the time that the project is submitted. Just want to remind the board that this is a future land use, a large-scale future land use map amendment consideration. This is the transmittal hearing for that. We'll bring that to the state. If approved, we'll bring that to the state for review and then bring this back at a later date with a companion rezoning for board consideration.
All right.
Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mike? All right, the applicant.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jeff McNeil with AGMCI Planning and Urban Design, 235 Maitland Avenue, Suite 116, Maitland, Florida. You might have expected Bill to be here this morning, but he decided to take a vacation. So we've been working on the project together since its inception, so I get to have the joy of being with you this morning. Thank you, Mike, for your summary. Just to hit a couple of points, if we go to the PowerPoint. So we are requesting an amendment to the plan. Let's see how this go to the next one. There we go. Just give you an idea of the area again in purple on the north side of this slide, where this designation amendment is proposed. As you've heard, the Planning Board approved it. And the staff has found it consistent with the comp plan. One of the unique things about this plan, and I'll show you, this is the existing future land use map. Shows the property in 2 sections. The green is currently the rural designation of the comp plan. The tan is the green swamp area of the project. On the right shows the PUD amendment area. On the north side, we're not asking to amend anything in the green swamp area of the property. Currently, the property is zoned R6. This is one of these unique situations where the 2030 comp plan designated a different use than the underlying zoning, and so this is partly to resolve that condition. As one of those unique conditions that if we were going to ask for R6, what we really wanted to do here, and working with the clients on this, they have a heart for doing something right with the community. So the idea of doing the PD amendment was to allow us to do a more creative approach to the plan, to lower the overall density, be more consistent with surrounding land uses that are occurring in that area. Let me show you this. Next area gives you the idea of what the area begins to look like in the vicinity map. And so the ability to resolve that inconsistent zoning to land use is the PUD request on the northern part of the property. Let me go back to that for a second. Preserve the green swamp area, to allow some passive recreational to be able to access the water, and but no development within that area. The effectively creating to downzone the property effectively, because we're asking for 149 lots on 154 acres, so that's less than 1 unit per acre. On the gross area of the project, on a net area, that's where we come into our open space on the remaining 49 or 94 acres. we're going to go with 40% open space minimum on that. Overall, we're 50% or higher. Under the PUD that you'll be seeing later, effectively under the PUD code section of the code, we could do 25% open space. So what this does is allow us to try to work with the topography of the site that you can see the condition request mentioned before by Mike. This is old existing orange grove. It's sort of regrowing, we think, with the open space network of the plan and the ability to do a mix of lot types within this project to create stormwater systems that need to be created and dry retention and allow more walkability within the project itself. It's much more of a community orientation and neighborhood orientation than it is a typical subdivision. So buffers, dry retention, trying to preserve as much of the topography as we can handle within the project. And those areas were essentially in the initial design established to do exactly that. We do have some grading going on that we can't avoid in order to create those stormwater systems and to deal with just normal lot grades and streets. But the effect was to create a much more consolidated and walkable open space network, fully connected open space network, and have to allow more habitat creation as we move forward with growth within the plan itself. So I think from that perspective, we're really thinking about preservation, about recreational opportunities for residents within the neighborhood itself, creation of additional habitat as things regrow and regrowth occurs. And I think that the next big point is some modification of the plan we did were to create significant value of this project is a contribution to public health, safety, and welfare, essentially with the road network changes and additions to the plan to accomplish that. And I'll let Iman talk to those points. And after that, we'd be happy to take any questions and reserve time after the public comments to address any questions you may have related to those concerns.
Good morning. Ayman Saidi, Traffic and Mobility Consultants. We're traffic engineers. We did the traffic analysis for the project. As part of the study, we looked at the safety analysis and some of the speed issues along the corridor. So the study covered the corridor from County Road, along Lakeshore Drive from County Road 561 up to Log House, as you see on the map there with the colored red line. You can see the four, what we call hotspots. That's where the highest concentration of the accidents that happened in the 5-year period. There were about 37 accidents. 20% of them resulted in incapacitating injuries and a couple of fatalities. So obviously this corridor has some safety issues that we were looking into, and we looked into some mitigation options to mitigate those issues as far as safety goes. Two of the hotspots that you see along that 90-degree curve is right next to the project entrance, and the other location is at the intersection of 561. So as part of the mitigation options that we're looking at is installing two roundabouts. One would be at the intersection of County Road 561 and Lakeshore Drive. I'll talk about, and the other one is at the entrance of the project, right at that curve. And I'll talk more in details in the next slides about those roundabouts. In addition to that, we're looking at reducing the speed limit, the posted speed limit along Lakeshore Drive. And next slide, please. Oh, I have. So this is the speed study results that shows on the left side the current condition with a posted speed limit of 45 miles per hour from County Road 561 along the curve. The study showed some speeds that are the 85th percentile. Basically, the majority of the cars traveling on the road are above 50 miles an hour. And we had some speeds that are exceeding 60 and 70 miles an hour along those corridors. So obviously there is a speeding issue. In the proposal, we are looking to reduce the posted speed limit, as I mentioned earlier, on this, in the southern portion to 40 miles an hour, along the entire corridor, in fact. In discussing the two roundabouts, I'm going to talk first about the roundabout at the project entrance, which you see here on the map, located just where that 90-degree curve is. This is one of the hot spots. In fact, one of the fatal accidents did occur right just north of that curve there. So the plan is to install a roundabout, as you see, and shift the road away from those. There are about 6 or 7 homes, residential homes, along that curve with driveways directly accessing that Lakeshore Drive at the curve. So the idea is to shift that road away from in front of the residents and creating an internal roadway, as you see there in gray. And we're looking at some options. One of them is what you see on the screen with the fourth leg of the roundabout connecting to that internal road, which will become an internal road. We're looking at other options that we're discussing with the Lake County staff, so this is not the final option. But the idea, again, is to get that road away from all the driveways and creating the roundabout, which will also serve as the main entrance to the development. What the roundabout does is it is a traffic calming measure. It is a safe. It's actually safer than traffic signals as far as reducing speeds and controlling the flow of the traffic. It improves the delay as well, in addition to, again, reducing crashes, historically proven as roundabout efficiency. The other roundabout that I mentioned earlier is at the County Road 561 Lakeshore Drive. As you see in the aerial map in the corner there, the current configuration is a two-way stop, a very steep angle that has a lot of issues with side distance visibility, and difficulties in making especially that left turn lane from 561 onto Lakeshore Drive. Lake County has already conducted the design for this roundabout, and the design is fully done and ready to go to construction. Developer is proposing to take over the construction because there is no funding for the construction. So developer is proposing to take over the construction of the roundabout, which you see on the map here and the drawing, where it helps with, again, same impacts or benefits as I spoke earlier. It's going to help with the traffic calming, reducing the crashes, as well as environmental benefits, lower emission and lower noise pollution as well. So the two roundabouts I mentioned is going to help with the overall safety of that corridor from 561 to the 90-degree curve there, that we believe is going to impact that corridor safety and improve the condition, especially for those 6 or 7 homes that are along the curve. So, thank you. I'll be available for any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other presenters on behalf of the applicant? Okay, all right. Now I have cards. I have Glenn Tussing. And then after Glenn, I have Sam Patel.
All right, Major Glenn Tussing. I live right there on one of the 6 houses on that road. I don't know if you have it. I like the second proposal. I don't know if the camera can show this. I saw that. It's kind of cool. But I live on that street. I've talked to many of the residents on there. The goal of this neighborhood, I love it, by the way. I'm all for it. It's a wonderful plan. Safety, last night, 2 cars went off the road right in front of my house. So I agree entirely. The speeds are way too high on those cars going around the corner. But it should be at minimal impact to the residents. By doing what they showed, where it had the double roundabouts at the end, or this can be turned on to show this?
And they're like cul-de-sacs.
I think I appreciate that. Cul-de-sacs. I don't know if this can be turned on to show my screen.
Eric, can you turn on the screen that is at the...
No, I do. This might not be the time and place for this one, but a lot of the residents were kind of, I don't know this.
Go back.
Yeah. I'm going to show this. What's on my...
Okay, we want you to do it overhead.
The X's. Oh, I love it. Yeah. Gotcha. Beautiful. Now, basically, one of the problems is I like their new design they're talking about. He was completely correct. He's looking at other designs. This other design where they have a stop sign here and then a cul-de-sac here. I love the stop sign idea, but I believe it needs to be 2 stop signs. Because by having this, I'm the one who lives right here, and I've talked to these 2 neighbors as well. Every time we leave our house now, we must exit this way, come around, do a stop sign, which is normal, do the roundabout, and then when we come home, it's the exact same in reverse. We have to go about a quarter mile every day for the entire year, about 1,000 miles a year extra, just because of this, where we could just make a turn and exit onto another stop sign identical to this one. I know there's elevation issues or something like that they're working on, but the key thing is that it's just, this is impeding us and hurting us. I know the reason for doing it is to stop the cut-throughs, but honestly, we have 100% going through there now. Going down to 10% cut-throughs, I've talked to the neighbors, we don't care. 10% of something is better than 100%. Trying to get to 0% has never been the goal of the residents, so we're fine with that. But then also, emergency vehicles have to go twice as far. Now, I saw the one he put up there where it had the roundabout coming into here. I know I've expressed to Quincy and others my disapproval of that because that roundabout would come into my yard right here. My yard is about 20 feet down, or 20-foot drop, so they would come straight on to a drop. I hate to say it, there's a tree out here I've dug 3 cars out of it since I've lived here where they're drunk and go off the road into there. You get a person who doesn't really know roundabouts. I admit, Americans don't know roundabouts very well. They're going to make the first right and go straight and launch off that hill right into my house down here. It's a very dangerous situation. I am an engineer, and I've kind of looked through all this, and that disturbs me a bit. But I know they're going away from that. I do appreciate them. I just want to voice the opinion of we need to put a second stop sign here. But like last night, I was telling him, last night we had 2 more cars go off the road on that curve. So this is a wonderful thing. I love what they're doing. But I do not want to have to every day go out, turn, negotiate a roundabout, and go out and then come back and double it over. Extra 1,000 miles a year for all of us. That's interesting.
All right, thank you.
All right, I appreciate your time.
All right, Sam.
One more thing real quick. The name change. The neighbors have expressed also an interest in keeping our road as Lakeshore. When we lose our name change, if anybody's a realtor, Lakeshore Drive does fetch a value. So we lose about, they were estimating $20,000 to $40,000 just by losing the Lakeshore name. So we'd prefer if we could.
Yeah, or Lakeshore, a variation on Lakeshore.
Name it after me, Tusing Road, I'm fine. But no, but definitely, they've all expressed interest in not losing it. So yeah, I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you all very much.
All right.
Good morning, all. My name is Sam Patel. I lived at 11050 Autumn Lane since 2019. Over the years, I have seen several developers propose a plan for nearby properties, but I believe Lakeshore Preserve project is by far most thoughtful and appropriate. One of the most critical aspects of the project for me is much needed safety improvement. They are proposing on a Lakeshore Drive. Living on a Autumn Lane, it's a small dirt road. Me and my wife often struggle to get out from a dirt road because of the speed, high traffic on a Lakeshore Drive. It's dangerous to pull in and out from the road to get a mail. Also, I appreciate a buffer between my property and their significant open space they are including. I like the roundabout, what they are proposing it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your input. Cindy Newton?
Good morning, Cindy Newton, District 4. Excuse me. I do like the road improvements. The Green Swamp, development in the Green Swamp's supposed to be minimal and carefully controlled. And with this change in impervious surface from 20 to 60 and the deep cuts over the 10-foot elevation changes is a change in our head pressure of pushing the water down into the aquifer. And matter of fact, this gets pushed down, it actually goes out to the Gulf of America. We've restricted development within the green swamp for several reasons, and one of them is because of this high ridge. And more density and more impervious surface is a big issue with what we're going through with our waters right now. Also, the fact that Claremont's not in agreement with it, I do think that some more negotiation needs to be made, and where the sewer issue would be taken care of before this would be transmitted, that'll be a question the state comes back with anyway. And any waiver to cut that deep into that ridge is just a big problem for me. Now, I did think that if they were to go down to a density of about 90, or houses 90 instead of 149, they could take out the two center roads and have that all open space. That would greatly increase our chance of recharge in that area and still get the road improvements. So thank you for your time.
All right, do we have anyone online?
Yes. The first one is Gina. Gina, you should be able to unmute your mic. Please state your name and then give your comments to the board.
Good morning. Gina Moronic, 16991 Basswood Lane, Claremont, Florida. I'm interested in this development because I have a horse at the property off of Autumn Lane. I concur with everyone's assessments of current Lakeshore Drive being intensely dangerous, especially in that area. And my concerns are certainly with the density that is already increasing because of the subdivision down the road, the danger will increase. And our experience with development in South Lake County is houses first, roads eventually. And Schofield/Wellness Way is a perfect example of that, very much in the area. It should have had a right turn lane and lights from the get-go. It didn't. It increased fatalities. I'm really concerned that this large rezoning and doubling of houses in that area so quickly will create incredibly dangerous conditions along Lakeshore Drive before it is resolved. So I don't know if the roads are done first and houses second, but that's one concern. My other concern is I understand they're planning open space, but our experience with development open space is usually non-native plants requiring a great deal of irrigation. Anybody who lives in the Sunshine Water District knows that anytime you use water at all, they're mad at you. You get nasty grounds galore, no matter how low your water usage. And if we have developments requiring a lot of irrigated open space, that's only going to increase that concern. There's also power issues in that area. It's quite normal for power outages to occur during the thunderstorm district, and that's or thunderstorm season. And that's before we add 300 houses extra in that power area. So I'm not convinced that this area is ready for this level of exploding development. We already feel the pain, and increasing this further, rezoning this further, will only up the pain with perhaps very limited benefit to the locals. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else online?
Yes, our next speaker is Vicky Cashwell. Vicky, you should be able to unmute your line at this point.
Hi again. Yes, I would like to say, number one, I'm in full support of this community lakeshore serve because number one, because of my concerns with the road, and I absolutely love the roundabout idea. There are numerous accidents, as you've heard from other residents here. It happens all the time, and one of my concerns though is I'm not really sure how. I mean, I know how y'all are supposed to be receiving all your data for accidents and how they're supposed to be tracked, but it doesn't happen. And why I say that is because I have a report that I did myself through FHP. I have accidents that are on my report that are not on the report that he just presented to you. He has accidents on his report that aren't on mine. So there's a communication breakdown. And as I was stating about the emails, the email with George Gadiel on January 10th, 2023, he tells Jeff Earhart he's still trying to find the crash report for when it hit my house the prior year, July 3rd, 2022. So there's a breakdown here somewhere. They're not getting reported. That on the report that Lakeshore Preserve has, it shows the accident to my home as a minor accident. It did over $50,000 damage to my home. And it states on that report that he didn't do. The report comes from him getting a report from whatever data you guys use and share together with FHP and whatever, where they are able to study the roads. It's not accurate. There's way more accidents than that out here. And the one from my house, it states that it came in contact with a small utility pole / light fixture. Never said anything about a home, ever. So there's a breakdown there. Just thought I'd point that out to you. And I heard the previous person before me discuss the power outages and everything. And I think it might just be their transformer because they're on the only people on the transformer that the horse farm is on is just the people down Autumn Lane. So I would assume SECO would be having to upgrade the transformers out here because I very seldom get power outages here. I normally always keep my power when the people at Point Nelly that's before me, before Evmar and then Autumn, they lose power, but I generally keep power. So it might just be, the transformer there. Maybe they need to upgrade that. But other than that, I have nothing else. I'm in full support of it, though. I hope y'all approve it very soon so we can get this roundabout started. And also
Thank you. Timer went off. Eric, do we have another caller?
Yep. Yes. Dewey, you should be able to unmute your mic. Please state your name and then give your comments to the board.
Hello, David Dewey, 10904 Elmore Drive. I'm in full support of the community. I forget the two gentlemen's name who were talking about the roundabouts, but I was just curious, would it be possible to move the roundabouts closer to Autumn Drive? That way it's not that big swooping curve, because like my wife just said, and all the other commentators, there's been numerous accidents of fatality. And like my wife just mentioned, the car hit a telephone pole, light utility, but nothing about us having to get a wrecker and pull the car out of our living room that went through our wall. But that's a whole nother subject. But I was just wondering if you could move like the roundabout closer to Autumn Lane. That way it's not as big as a swooping curve, so that way we don't have that possible accident happen in the future. It might be easier for people to get in and out of Autumn Lane. That's about it. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay. All right. We'll bring it back. Does the applicant have any other comments at this point in closing?
Hi, Ayman Saidi again. Can we show the screen, please? Okay, thank you. So the question about the moving the roundabout from where we're proposing it, again, due to all the accidents and the severity of that curve, having the roundabout at that location would actually be the best spot, because again, we talked about the roundabout saving as a traffic calming method. It will reduce speed down to 20 miles an hour to enter the roundabout. It's actually designed for that. So just by driving the road, you're going to have to slow down to about 25 as you enter at 20 miles an hour. So that spot right at the 90-degree curve would be the best spot for that roundabout. So that's one. The other question about the crash reports, just to clarify, we obtained the crash data from the Florida Department of Transportation. They have a database that has all the crash reports, and we, at the time we did the study, it was from 2018 to 2022, and it's always updated, and it's always 3 months or 2 months behind, so it's not exactly up to date. So if there's an accident happened last week, it's not going to show up because they're about 2 months behind. But that's where we obtain the data, and that's DOT obtains it from the Highway Patrol Department. So it's all. So there may be sometimes some reports that are not accurately described in the reports, but again, that's where we obtain the data. That's where everyone has access to the information. I think those are the traffic-related comments. Thank you.
I think that's good for us. Just want to make sure if you have any other questions for us, be happy to answer them.
Okay, and we'll bring it back to us. Questions? Go ahead.
I just want to confirm 50% open space or more is proposed for this. I know that there's a differing in the numbers, I think based off of the location, but as it's proposed now, 50% or more, I don't know the exact number, but am I correct in saying?
Let me clarify a little bit, because we're just going for the comp plan amendment area,
right?
And that data, that's that 40% minimum from this comp plan transmission and ultimately adoption request. That's related to that, and the overall project, including the green swamp upland areas, that open space percentage increases some. So I don't want to commit to say it's exactly 50%, but it does increase close to 50% in the overall project.
Yeah, I think that's important to be clear moving forward, just with an understanding. Yeah.
Luke Klassen, 1828 Engineering. As he indicated, the future land use requirement is 40%. With the PUD that you'll see next for one of the upcoming commission meetings, that will provide a minimum requirement of 50%. So we are committing to the 50%, but that's not part of the current.
Gotcha. And I know that could be the next step, depending upon what happens here today.
If it goes today. Right.
Yeah,
But that's just because the one parcel isn't being transmitted. Correct. It's not being changed. It's just the part that's rural that's being changed. Then when the PUD for the entire site comes back, then you have that higher open space.
Yes, ma'am. And we are committing to the over 50%. It just, that's not part of today's actual vote.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I understand. Yes, sir.
All right. And I did want to make a comment, though, about this R6 zoning thing. And Commissioner Parks will know this because he was there firsthand back in the day when the LPA was reviewing the comp plan changes. And we had these locations where we had R6 zoning. And the LPA and the county commission, they were asked to acknowledge that on the future land use map, not be in conflict with that. But instead, land uses were put in place that were in conflict with the zoning, which then brings us to this scenario, which creates, a situation, I think, where we're charged with sort of fixing it and not ignoring that zoning existed. It should have been addressed back then, but now here we are today. The fact that as a result of trying to fix that, we can fix some really serious traffic problems in this area, I think is a win. Offsets the downside of adding units. You actually create a better situation that helps a lot of people in that entire area. So that's I just wanted to bring that up because I think that's really, really important in this situation, is that you're able to actually make some enhancements.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, and I'm going to go down the line.
Okay, yeah. I totally reject the false dichotomy that, we need to increase density and destroy the rural character of the borderline green swamp in order to alleviate traffic patterns. If anything, it's going to exacerbate traffic patterns. We can fix the traffic issues without constantly tinkering with our comp plan to destroy agricultural rural areas in the county. Nobody wants this. It's completely incompatible. It's in the most environmentally sensitive part of the county, and I'm just radically opposed to this. I think everybody should be voting down. We should be looking at the traffic issue. I think we can fix the traffic issue. But why we'd want to drastically increase density, yeah, there was a scrivener's error on the zoning, that's fine. But the comp plan doesn't need to be changed. We don't need to be constantly altering the comp plan. I've already told the folks who are consulting with us on the next comp plan that we're all going to be hard working on. We don't really need to change that much in the comp plan because we don't need to give more entitlements and we don't need more density. We don't need any of those things. So I'm against changing the comp plan to increase intensity of use unless there's an extremely positive effect with no downsides, and that's just not the case here. So I'm totally opposed.
So I just have a couple of questions. Are you contingent with the city of Claremont right now?
I'm sorry?
Are you is Claremont right next to you?
No, we are not contiguous with the city of Claremont.
You're not contiguous with the city of Claremont?
Right, so because we're not contiguous, we really don't see them annexing into this location in the future either. So we're really distant from them in terms of
You're not so distant that you can't get their water, though?
No, that's coming from Sunshine. Water's coming from Sunshine.
You're getting water from Sunshine?
Yes, that's with the project.
And what about your sewer, where you get?
That's going to be a distributed system on site.
And what's the possibility of, you're saying you have 60 to 65-foot lot widths?
We have 60, 75, and 120-foot lot widths.
I see that Claremont has the only objection to your 60-foot lot widths. They
That's
want you
correct.
to have 75.
The area of our lots is actually bigger than their 75-foot minimum would be in terms of our total lot depth and width. But in order to preserve the open space and balance the site, we felt like the 65, 75, and 120 is really reflect the ability to work with the land better than just doing a solid 75-foot minimum lot size across the project, considering the topography and trying to save some of that and do less retention walls within the project.
And I have to agree with Commissioner Sabatini is the reason why I'm even looking at this is not because of the road safety. We can fix the road safety should be, it's important, but it's not the reason why it's going to get fixed because of this development. So to say that the only way this road, and I heard all the people here who support it, are supporting of the roundabout here at Lakeshore Drive. Those are the only ones that are supporting it. We haven't heard from the residents outside other than the one that owns a horse farm next door. I'm a little concerned that this does not go with the city of Claremont's JPA. I wish that you could get your 65 lot widths to 75, but I guess that comes at a later date. If we can't get it at that level, then I guess you'll know where we'll be at that point.
Commissioner, okay. You want to, Commissioner Parks and then Commissioner Morse, you want to, okay.
Yeah, just a couple things. So one, Jennifer and I meet very regularly with Claremont, and they had made a comment that's absolutely true. That's their concern about the lot size, but these actually have more area when you look at it. So they're sort of looked at that number, and that's their standard size for Claremont. Now, they have not formally weighed in other than through this letter, but in indications of our meetings, there did not seem to be much concern from Claremont on that. Now, if the process plays out, they probably could weigh in on it.
To answer that question, the proposal does not meet the requirements of the city's JPA with Lake County, particularly lot size, right-of-way width, cut and fill, to name a few. City does not support this project, and the way it's been presented, as it appears to be, the applicant is using the PUD process to circumvent the minimum lot width under Table 15-2. So the city does disagree with it, according to the notes we have.
The next line, though, I think the next line matters.
The next line matters because it says here, if the applicant can get to the 75-foot lot width, then the city would be inclined not to oppose to it, which is the reason why I said, if you can't get to the 75 lot width in the PUD, then you know where my vote's going to go.
So, Commissioner, just to clarify, one of the reasons, and restate what I said before, one of the reasons in this is try to get the open space and more compact development pattern, clustering development pattern within the project, going straight to 75-foot lot widths. We'll look at that, obviously, and bring, as we come back from the transmittal, to review that as well during that process.
Want me to go? Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. So I would say, yes, to that point, me of all people constantly mentioning JPAs, it's going to be important. And I'm saying this now because I know, but I keep talking to Claremont regularly, and this was one of the issues. And yes, as Commissioner Smith has said, we'll be looking to get that addressed with Claremont moving forward if it moves forward today. Yeah. I'd also like to just point out something too. I think the chair sort of started to touch on this about traffic, but a little bit of history. And I don't know if there's a way to pull up an aerial of the entire region, but Lakeshore Drive from 561 to basically the bridge has been a problem for us for many years. Unfortunately, a lot of fatalities along that stretch of road. What happens, by the way, is if you want to go to Tampa and you're like south of 50 in Claremont, that's the way that maps sends you. It sends you through that road. A lot of this growth occurred, the R6 that you mentioned, after the freezes. There's a lot of orange groves out here. They gave those designations because that's all that the property owners had at that time, was that they gave them an R6 zoning because the commission at that time said, we don't, I mean, there's nothing we can do to help you. You've lost everything. We'll give you an R6. That being said, Lakeshore has been poorly planned for many. It's been a problem, as I just said. Fortunately, about 6 to 8 years ago, we did, and I think you remember this, I'm sure, we did a corridor, we called it a Lakeshore corridor road plan. We did not do a PD&E on it. That would have been very expensive. We had in-house expertise do this. They put a plan together, a corridor, literally a corridor plan to try to address these concerns. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, from 561 all the way to the bridge. For these very situations, there in the future, if something were to be developed, and these are like literally the 2 to 3 remaining only hotspots left, and we've had some brutal hearings in the past with this stuff, for this very purpose, that if something were to move forward, we had a road plan in place. So we were talking about this a little bit yesterday at the JPAs about having road plans and requiring development to commit to it. As I understand and want to make sure I've got this clear, if we were to move forward today, you'll be paying for those 2 roundabouts. And they're on the list. I know that one of them, the right-of-way, was already dedicated. But so I think that's important to point out. The roundabouts that were planned were specifically the roundabouts that are proposed that you're seeing here were part of that corridor plan.
Right.
So there's another roundabout that's proposed up at Hull Road. Maybe someday we'll get it. That's proposed. It needs to be in place there. That's another big safety issue. But the vision was you come in off 561 with that terrible curve that's removed, and you have these series of roundabouts with a slower speed limit, and the people that live on the corner, I know, it's a terrible, terrible curve there. That would be avoided. So I just thought that was important to point out. It is part of that corridor plan, and there's some pretty significant history to that. So,
yeah.
I get a question though on the cost. Can you give us a general idea what it would cost to build those 2 roundabout improvements?
The real rough cost would be roughly around $1 million per roundabout.
Okay.
A little bit north of that, like 1 to 1.5. The County Road 561 is already 561 in Lakeshore is already designed, hasn't been funded but designed. We're working with staff on that. We are looking to make that a condition of approval as part of the PUD. We're working with staff as far as reimbursement for traffic impact fees for the construction of that. The construction of the roundabout within the development, that right-of-way would be dedicated and designed with this development. So there are 2 separate ones, but they would both be a commitment with this development, with the approval. There's a couple of things I want to touch back. As far as the distance from the JPA to the development on the screen, I don't know if it has it, but it's 2.3 miles from the current city limits to this project. That's what we're saying. We understand Claremont has concerns, but the current proximity might limit the ability for this to ever be annexed into the city. And then we also did this slide that I believe you can see. The current JPA has requirements for 75-foot lot width by 100-foot depth, so it's 7,500 square feet. As we've indicated, there's a ridge that runs through this site. That's one of the reasons why we asked for the the cut-fill differential on this. So what it allows for us to do is by going to 65 feet, shortening the width, we can increase the depth to 136 minimum. So it's actually 8,840 square feet minimum lots, which is roughly 20% larger than what the JPA actually requires. So we're still committing to the larger lots. It just, with the topography of the site, it allows us to lay this out bigger. So we'd like to keep those as an option, but that's what we were looking to do. We weren't trying to skirt anything and do smaller lots. The 65-foot is still larger than, 65 by 136 is still larger than what the JPA requires as far as total lot area. It's just the frontage is definitely a little bit shorter, yes. And to your answer, you had asked me?
Oh, no, I had asked about the cost. I just wanted to get a feel because I think it was important what Commissioner Parks pointed out is that we did this corridor safety plan, and these are improvements that are on that actual plan. And if we're able to pull all this together, then we're able to get those improvements made that need to be made right now. They need to be made whether you add 145 homes or you do nothing. They need to be made right now. So if you're able to accomplish both, and then you're actually able to do a very sensible conservation designed project where you're clustered, and then you're not asking to go into the green swamp area designation. But I think that R6 zoning is really important to take into consideration. That if this had ag zoning on it, then I think you can make the argument, leave it ag, leave it rural. You've got R6, you've got that conflict that should have been resolved a long time ago, and then you've got the potential to actually make two major improvements that this area has needed for a really long time. And the fatalities and the accidents are evidence of that. The serious nature of the accidents. So anyway, I mean, that's, we can have disagreements on here as far as what we think is the right thing to do. But I'm just stating where I think we come out ahead as a result of this, if those conditions are all met, and if the improvements have to be made, they're a condition of the approval. So, Commissioner Sabatini.
I just want to point out again, comp plan. Really, the comp plan was, this area was horribly overdeveloped, very, very badly. Nothing but sprawl, just looks really bad. And it was a knee-jerk reaction after the freezes to just be like, all right, everybody gets to put maximum houses from coast to coast. It was really bad, really stupid. And we should not follow that logic. We should protect these gems of Florida that 20, 30, 40 years from now, you look back, and there's going to be these pockets of normalcy and sanity and aesthetic pleasure that just give this county hopefully a sense of identity, because that's the biggest problem. We're making decisions up here that destroy the identity of the county. This place is going to be like anywhere else. There's not going to be a there. It's just going to be another banal, boring, undistinctive suburban nightmare. And this is a very, very small but clear step towards that. And so I'm going to be an emphatic no.
All right, Commissioner Morris, did you want to weigh in? Okay. Yeah, and I'm all for protecting the integrity and character of the county. I just think you have to look at each situation on a fact-by-fact basis. And you got a land here that when those owners were given that R6, it was because they had contributed immensely to the agricultural history of Lake County. And so, the county screwed up and didn't get its comp plan right. The comp plan should have recognized the R6, and instead it didn't, and we were able to fix two things. All right, so back to the board.
Move to deny.
Is there a second? Hearing no second, bring it back for another motion.
I'll make a motion to transmit. This is transmittal, recognizing, of course, that there is a long process to go. A lot of actual site plan questions, I think, that need to be addressed as well moving forward. Commissioner Smith's point, working with Claremont a little more on this. But for transmittal, I'm going to make a motion for approval.
Do we have a second?
Second.
And then under discussion, I agree with continuing to work with Claremont and getting their input. I do, I understand the fact that if you can get a larger lot as a trade-off in order to accommodate the contours of the property, then maybe it makes sense in certain instances as long as you're still coming out with the same size or larger lots.
Yeah, I'm thinking the project we approved right up the street from it was a close to a 1-to-1. 49 lots on one side, 51 lots on the other side. So we'll see what your comp plan comes back with, and we'll go from there. But I don't mind transmitting this thing to see what you come back with. I know that your conceptual plan here is probably nowhere near what you're going to actually have. So, especially with engineers that want to do their things with their engineering stuff, and they'll strip away a lot of your land anyway. So we may be better off than we need.
All right, so we have a first, we have a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
All right, that passes 4-1. Moving along to item 7. All right.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald, the Director of the Office of Planning and Zoning. Item number 7 is entitled Oswalt Claremont. The requested action is to amend the future land use map to change the land use category on approximately 9.44 acres from rural transition to planned unit development. The proposed development is a residential subdivision. At the Planning and Zoning Board, it was approved unanimously on their regular agenda. The location is west of Oswalt Road and north of Grand Hills Boulevard in the unincorporated Claremont area. This proposed development is for a 19-lot residential subdivision. Typical lot size will be 84 feet by 120 feet. There'll be landscape buffering surrounding the property, 36.2% open space, 65% impervious surface area. The City of Claremont's comments were addressed through joint planning. This project is compatible with the surrounding area with regard to density and intensity. Sunshine Water Services has indicated that potable water service is available. The applicant will be installing their own sanitary sewer system. That remains to be seen, septic tanks or if it'll be a central system. School concurrency will be required for this project. Lake County Fire Station 109 is located 2.16 miles from the subject property. Transportation exemption was received and approved as this is a de minimis impact. With the board's permission, I will extend into tab 8 as this is the companion rezoning ordinance. Once again, this is Oswalt Claremont. The request is to rezone approximately 9.44 acres from urban residential R6 to planned unit development to facilitate the residential subdivision of 19 lots. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Just a brief question, technical question. Just the school concurrency process, can you just give us just the very basic, your basic understanding of how that works, how that operates? What do we usually do? What does the school do, et cetera? I'm just curious how that plays out. In general, I'm not trying to put you on the spot here.
Yes, sir. The school district has a planner on staff. They have planners on staff that will review projects as they get submitted. Developers apply to the school district for school concurrency determination to see what is available. Then they move to the next step of school capacity reservation. That's when they are ready to pull the trigger on developing the project. They must reserve capacity. Okay. If the planners determine that a proportionate share agreement is required because there isn't enough space, then they'll enter into an agreement for proportionate share mitigation where the developer will pay a lump sum of money determined by the school board in order to move forward with their school approval.
Follow up. Does that happen often? Is that happening at a regular basis where they say, okay, you got to pay X amount? Or is that the mitigation amount? Or is that extremely
I
rare?
wouldn't
or not exist?
say, I wouldn't say it's often, but it is, it happens on occasion.
Okay, that's all I have.
No, it definitely happens. It's just all fact-based on where the spot is and what their calculations show as far as their capacity goes. But right now, with the school choice changes that the legislature made, there's, the school board is having to do a lot of downsizing on personnel, and we're going to probably see some contraction as far as, bricks and mortar needs. So I needed to ask though on Oswald, did we need to disclose? I know I met with the developer and their engineer on this project.
About the engineer.
I met with the engineer as well.
Okay.
I think, yeah, I met with the engineer and the applicant.
Okay. All right, then moving along. So we're ready at this point to call for the applicant. If staff doesn't have any further.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Logan Opsahl, 215 North Eula Drive. Good to be with the commission this morning. Thank you for the substantive overview, so I'll be efficient with your time. But this is a 9.44 acre parcel. This body knows the area well. This is a situation where much of the surrounding developments were built out. They have R6 zoning, same with the subject parcel. This is likely familiar to you, not just from our recent meetings, but the last time that this project was before this board was in December of last year. The request at the time was for urban low. In working with the county attorney, we wanted to find consistency with the comprehensive plan. Urban next to rural was not permitted during the in the comprehensive plan. And so the PUD request that's before you now effectuates the compatibility and consistency that's outlined in the development program, the site plan that was before you. So you have about 9.5 acres, 9.44. There was a reduction in unit count from a previous request of 21 down to 19, so that equates to 2.01 units an acre. 85-foot average lot width, and so when we look at the site plan and the surrounding area in particular, these are virtually identical development programs, some lots being even slightly wider than some of the surrounding areas. You have a number of subdivisions that have been built out, Hills of Lake Louisa, Vista Grande, 2.6 units an acre, 2.11, 2.9. Again, we're at 2.01. So compatibility was key in this site plan. Of the 9.44 acres, 3.42 accounts for open space. And I'll note as well that there is buffering around the property. And as you see in the PUD ordinance before you, that is the native Florida landscaping on all of the landscaping and buffering throughout the development. I'll note as well, we had about 6 or 7 key residents that we've been dealing with in all these months. We've had another voluntary meeting, various phone calls. The takeaway from all of those meetings was compatibility, making sure that we have compatible site plan, and that's what's being presented to you. So with that, we have the project engineer here, representatives of the applicant. So I'm happy to answer any specific questions you have, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have questions right now?
I met with the engineer also.
Okay, all right, thank you for getting that on the record. Okay, we'll call to see if we have anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on this item. Do we have? We have a card from Cindy Newton.
Cindy Newton, District 4. Okay, so we're going from rural transition to PUD with a doubling, excuse me, of the density. Another issue I have with this is Claremont has a pending cup expansion. They're having some issues getting all their numbers together for that. They're still at 1.24 for the uniform residential per capita use, which is recommended to be 1.08. This is proposed to be from Sunshine Water again. Sunshine Water is currently at 154 instead of 100 or 1.108. Even they're also having to get a cup expansion for their water. By 2035, they're only projecting to be down to 146. That's still a huge difference. You're looking at every 1.5 houses doubling your water usage here, and greatly increasing that if it was coming from Claremont. But obviously, we have an issue with water. This is in the CFWI. All of Claremont, Howie coming up later, is all in the CFWI. And as you know, we're already overpumping by 40%. We keep approving these developments with more housetops, more water pumpage, and less open space. This one is decreasing from 50 to 35%. We just can't keep doing this. We don't have the capacity. We need water for our future generations. So thank you for your time.
Do we have anyone online, Eric? Okay. All right. Bringing it back to the board. I don't have any other cards on this one. And as I understand it, you said the applicant had been meeting with neighboring property owners. Yes. Okay. So in my understanding and meeting with the applicant is that, the goal was to use the PUD as a way to basically make these lots compatible with the ones that surround on 3 sides, essentially, so that you actually come up with a compatible utilization of this. It's almost like an infill type parcel.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah. Chair, just again, little history on this one. One of the 3 remaining ones that I would consider the hotspot or potentially controversial for the Lakeshore corridor. I've seen plans where this was actually approved and platted out, the neighborhood next to it, many years ago, and plans had changed. This was slated for construction or for this type of use. I don't know exactly when it was, but historically it has been. So they've addressed some concerns with the buffers. I think that's pretty good, considering most of the neighborhoods around there don't have the buffers even between the houses, between the different neighborhoods, because it was planned at one time for a larger piece, as I just said, but then it was broken off into phases, and there's no buffer between those phases. So the buffers will be landscaped with 100% native vegetation. I've confirmed that, and they're proposing to use distributed waste technology for the water quality issue to be addressed, which is literally the best you can do without, short of having sewer, and there's no sewer system out there. That's it.
All right. Other comments?
So I went down there and looked at this piece of property, and if anything, it is by nature a true infill piece of property, consistent with the houses surrounding on all 3 sides and good access to roadways. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve tabs 7 and 8.
All right. Do we have a second?
I'll second. Yeah.
Do we have any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay. Moving along then to tab 9.
Thank you, Chairman. Tab 9 is entitled The Strange Property. The requested action is to rezone approximately .19 acres from neighborhood commercial C1 to urban residential R6 to facilitate a single-family dwelling unit. There's also a request for a waiver for central sewer, as the central sewer is not available for this urban land use. This was approved on the Planning and Zoning Board agenda by a vote of 5-0. The location is Fournier Avenue in the unincorporated Mount Dora area. Under the current zoning, the residences are permitted with plan approval when used in conjunction with a business. However, the applicant does not intend to conduct any commercial business at this parcel. The LDR and the comp plan require a mandatory connection to the sewer for the new development within the urban land use. Approval of the waiver will allow the applicant to utilize a septic system. It's located within the Mount Dora JPA. The city of Mount Dora had no objection to the proposed rezoning and noted that the property is not eligible for annexation at this time. The request is proposed. The request and the proposed use is consistent with the surrounding uses. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Is the applicant here? Timothy Strange? Is there anyone here in opposition to this request? All right. So we don't have the applicant and we don't have anyone in opposition, and we have the city of Mount Dora in favor or not in opposition. So we'll bring it back to the board. Do we have anyone online? Okay.
Question.
Oh, question?
I mean, this to me seems like an obvious yes, but why was it commercial to begin with? It's in the middle of all these neighborhoods, just one little spot. Okay, I mean, it looks like it was platted in the 50s, right?
Yeah, why was R6s in some places? We don't know.
No, we know exactly why.
Well, I mean, it's as far as making sense.
Yeah.
So I'll ask a question, and it's to the chairman, because I know you can't make a motion.
Right.
Do you agree with this project?
I do.
Make a motion to approve?
Second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes 5-0. Now moving on to tab 10, which is the Oaks Grove tab.
Thank you, Chairman. Tab 10 is Oaks Grove rezoning. The requested action is to rezone approximately 16 acres from agriculture district to medium suburban residential R4 district to facilitate the development of a residential subdivision with a maximum of 49 single-family lots. The Planning and Zoning Board recommended approval by a vote of 5-0. The location is 26515 State Road 19 in the unincorporated Howie in the Hills area. Subject parcel is currently developed with an agricultural home site. Within the agricultural district, the property is also designated with an urban low-density future land use. The future land use was designated on this property in 1991 by the comprehensive plan, and that allows up to 4 units per acre. It's important to note the town of Howie in the Hills has provided a letter of opposition to this project, citing such things as incompatible density and lot size, inconsistency with the town's comprehensive plan, negative gateway aesthetic and community impact, infrastructure and traffic concerns, and public opposition and lack of public support. The R4 zoning district is consistent with the maximum density specified by the comprehensive plan in the urban low density land use category, 4 units per acre. The town of Howie in the Hills provided documentation indicating that central sewer and water are not available to the subject property. Central water connection and wastewater will be by a central system. School concurrency review will be required for this project. Lake County Fire Station number 77 is located within 3 miles of the subject property. As indicated by the transportation concurrency review, the level of service will not decline as a result of this project. An environmental assessment will be required to be submitted at the time of development if approved, and because this property is located so close to natural body of water, there will be a 50-foot setback requirement from any jurisdictional wetland line. Staff is happy to answer any questions.
All right. We need to make ex parte communications on the record. I met with the city manager and Councilman Miles. I met with Mr. and Ms. Sullivan and Mr. Pugh.
Same.
Madam Chair, while I will be participating in the conversation today, I've consulted with our attorney. It's advisable for me to recuse myself, so I want to make that very clear. Recusing myself from the vote on this if we vote, based off of a business relationship that I have with town of Howie in the Hills. So I will go ahead and participate, but we'll make it very clear that I'm recusing myself. I have talked with the city, the town, some of town officials, to the two council members that are here, so Mr. Arnold and Mr. Miles.
Okay.
And I've had a conversation with the town of Howie and Hills, the applicant, and some neighbors surrounding the applicant.
Spoke to the town of Howie in the Hills, but I have not spoken to the applicant. And I've got 70 emails. I guess everybody else got too.
Yeah, and they're definitely all on the record. A lot of emails. Okay.
Okay.
So with that, we've got staff report. We've disclosed ex parte, so we'll call the applicant or their representative up.
Good morning. Margaret Brock, 1095 Harbor Island Road, Orlando, Florida. First, I want to thank staff for their outline and supporting and directing our application through this process. We would like to highlight a few things today. I appreciate your time. I'm one of 3 partners of the ownership of 26515 State Road 19, Howie in the Hills. We initiated the rezoning application about a year ago in an effort to engage in the first step towards residential zoning and subsequent platting for the intent to reside on the property. Our rezoning application is consistent with Lake County. Lake County's comprehensive plan, including the future land use designation and all Lake County LDRs. It's worth noting the property has been classified as an FLU designation of urban expansion, urban low density, both with a resulting density for dwelling units per acre since at least 1991, and as I believe was stated. That's been almost 35 years in place. Furthermore, the comprehensive plan was amended as recently as March 4th of this year, and our property, along with our surrounding neighbors, still maintains the urban low-density designation. We are following the designated land use and not disrupting the balance of rural and metropolitan attributes of Lake County. Our vision is to thoughtfully design a single-family home neighborhood of 1/4 to half-acre lots, blending the natural beauty of lakefront and rural lifestyle while preserving and celebrating the legacy oaks on the property. I did miss to mention that I have resided in Lake County in a part-time or full-time capacity since 2018, and I am currently living on the property. We are in full compliance and have followed Lake County's process and procedures regarding the rezoning, abiding by submission, notification, and staff directives throughout the process. The Planning and Zoning Board found the project consistent with the county requirements and staff recommendations. The rezoning application was approved unanimously, again, which was earlier stated. To clarify, our application identifies an R4 designation with maximum of 49 dwelling units. This is an added provision, which is less than allowable by the designation. The actual building density, maximum 4 dwelling units per acre, is only applied to the net buildable area, which will be determined once all Lake County LDRs are taken into account. Lake County LDRs require a minimum of 25% open space, of which we are not asking any relief or favoritism. And we feel it's worth noting that taking this requirement into account results in a net usable density of only 3 units per acre. Additionally, our adherence to Lake County's LDRs, our road setbacks, right-of-way, and retention, will no doubt result in even further reduction of this net usable density. Anticipated roads and ROW will likely reduce this net usable density to less than 2.5 dwelling units per acre, well compatible, and in some cases an improvement on neighboring communities. Our requirements indicate 50-foot setbacks from the wetlands jurisdictional line, resulting then in 50 feet back from Lake Harris and a 50-foot setback from State Road 19, the right-of-way. These restrictions result in a proposed development being further set back both by the natural bodies of water and State Road 19 than our adjacent neighbors who built prior to these restrictions. We heard and share our neighbors' concerns regarding traffic along State Road 19, but as indicated by the staff report, our development does not result in a reduction of the level of service along this roadway. While we have no control over FDOT, we believe our development only help incentivize them to take action to improve this highway. I too am entering and exiting at that corner, and it is dangerous. Further, to alleviate many misunderstandings and concerns over our rezoning request, we conducted an open house to discuss plans and answer questions on Saturday, June 21st, at the property, at my home. We wanted to assure our neighbors and the town of Howey that by adhering to Lake County LDRs, the result of our development will be more open space and a similar net usable density to those existing developments of our neighbors. And for those who attended from our neighbors across the street and others, they were in approval and they were happy to see what it was we were doing. Not everyone we invited attended, and some of those are here today. However, we did have planning and zoning representation from the town of Howey, and Councilor Miles was there equally. As a personal note, I've served 3 terms on a historic preservation board and 2 terms on the appearance review board for the city of Orlando. And I say this only because I place tremendous value on historical place, architectural cadence, and compatibility with community. And I bring that to this development. Again, I live there and I've done the research and understand it, and I have moved my family there. So this is important to me, but it is also personal. I would like to publicly correct misinformation that's been distributed with some transparency and clarity. Therefore, we requested of Lake County staff last week to include a restriction on the R4 designation of no multifamily development. We have no interest in putting multifamily on this property as part of the rezoning. This will protect the parcel from current and future multifamily development and dispel the misinformation that's been communicated publicly. This is consistent with our intentions and application and fully compatible with our surrounding neighbors as a single-family home neighborhood. Again, we appreciate the significant professional guidance of staff to adhere to all requirements consistent with Lake County Comprehensive Plan, and respectfully request your consideration and approval of the rezoning application. Myself and my partners are here to answer any questions, so I'm sure there will be some.
Okay, thank you. All right, and we have a lot of cards. Before we go to the cards, I want to ask Mr. Fitzgerald a question. The first has to do with the statement that was just made about disallowing multifamily. This is request is for an R4, which is a straight zoning. My understanding is you cannot put a condition on a straight zoning. It would have to be a PUD type zoning in order to have a condition.
That's correct, ma'am. And I have on the screen what the zoning district classifications are, some density and some lot width. As you can see in the chart on the left, and how to read this is a P means permitted, C means a conditional use permit required to be approved by the BCC, blank means it's not permitted. So today we're discussing an R4. So single-family residential is permitted by right. Bed and breakfast would require a conditional use permit. 2-family dwelling units and multifamily units would be allowed by right in an R4 zoning district without, and we cannot condition that.
And then in R3, I see it permitted under 2-family dwelling, so that would be like a duplex?
Correct.
Okay, and so, okay, so R3 and R4 would allow a multi, either a duplex or multifamily in R4. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Any questions of Mike before he sits down?
Mike, if the applicant would go to a PUD, we could condition it, correct? If they agreed to go with a PUD?
In a PUD, you can condition things, yes.
Okay. I mean, my concern is we've got R2 all around there, and they're at 2.5 now, so.
I mean, alternatively, R1 allows only single family if that was a concern of the board.
Thank you.
Mike, can you pull up the slide that shows the zoning around this piece of property? All right, so here's my concern. You know, the R4 is not consistent with what's already there, R1 and R2. If we approve R4, you have ag on both sides. Even with a PUD, if we have an R4 zoning, then the applicant that's on the west side of this property could say that it's consistent with the R4 zoning already there. So I think either R1 or R2 is the best suited for this piece of property.
Commissioner
Just a question, I'm sorry if you mentioned this, but there is a letter, there has been coordination with Town of Howey in the Hills, and they're opposed.
Yes, sir.
Correct. And there was a letter that was written about all that, and I just didn't,
sir.
maybe I'm missing that in here, but that was sent. When was that sent?
The second edition of that letter was June 25th, 2025.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so we'll move on to our speaker cards. First card is Tim St. Clair, and after Tim St. Clair is Jerry, and I think it's Baliukas. But we'll.
I'm Tina St. Clair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your N and your A ran together and looked like an M.
I was trying to conserve space.
All right, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Tina St. Clair, 135 East Central Avenue, Howey in the Hills, Florida. I will disclose I'm also the chairwoman of the Planning and Zoning, even though that has no representation here, but I do want to mention it. I'd like to take a moment to share my strong support for the proposed Oak Groves community and to clarify some misunderstandings that have circulated about this thoughtful development. I first met Margaret Brock through her deep appreciation for older homes. She has a remarkable talent for restoring often neglected properties, bringing them back to life with care and craftsmanship. Her work doesn't just transform individual houses, it elevates the neighborhoods, adding charm, value, and lasting beauty to the community. Margaret, along with her partners, recently invited residents of Howey in the Hills to visit the Oak Groves property to hear directly about their plans. What they presented was a vision rooted in respect for the land and the natural surroundings of Lake Harris. Their plan calls for a carefully designed community of approximately 30 to 40 custom homes that reflect the character of the area and the desire for quality over quantity. The concept is reminiscent of Cypress Point, which is the neighborhood almost directly across from her property that adjoins and abuts the Little Lake Harris side of the bridge. So the Oak Groves property is on the opposite side, but it's very similar to the same design. That would be the featuring larger homes on more spacious lots. Unfortunately, some residents have received misleading information about this project. Am I able to pass this up so that you can see this?
You can put it on the screen.
Oh, okay. On the X, okay. So if you look at this postcard, and just for, to tell you, I was on vacation, I guess, when the first meeting occurred. And so then when I got back, I heard from people saying that there was going to be proposed condominiums, vacation rentals, all on, built on the lake, that there were going to be 50-foot lots, that there were a lot of multi-housing. And I was like, I don't think so, because I've heard of the development. And then this, I understand, 4,000 of these went out to the town of Howie residents. And it says, stop Oaks Grove's PZ R4 multifamily vacation rentals on Lake Harris, Little Lake Harris. It says, so then on the back, it says Oak Groves would allow for up to 64 multifamily homes. So this is what has got the citizens in an uproar, this misleading information.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Jerry?
And we'll need a copy.
I was going to give it a shot and say Baliukas, but it's Balukas.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning to staff. Thank you very much for the time. Jerry Balukas, 26407 Savage Circle, Cypress Point. In consideration of the Oak Groves rezoning, I am in staunch opposition to it for several reasons. Number one, there has been no clarity set down for this particular development going forward. There's all kinds of issues. One changes, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do this. This is not helpful. When you look at 16 acres and 48 homes, this is high density. That is not in keeping with Cypress Point across the street. If you do the math, they are 3 times, if you do the math, 16 acres, 48 homes, 3 times more dense than Cypress Point. The math is undeniable. So with that in mind, we realize what's going to happen with not only the quality of the area and the fact that the number of homes and the density and what it's going to look like it's going to do to traffic. So that's where we're opposing this in the most staunch terms. A couple of things to consider is that the traffic now is so bad there you can't even move around. This last winter, there were several times where I could not turn right out of Cypress Point. I had to, couldn't turn left. I had to turn right, go all the way around Lake Harris to get to a meeting in Leesburg. Now, I've worked with the FDOT. I've talked to the engineers. I've talked to the 2 civil engineers who are crucial to this Highway 19 improvement project and one of the follow-on engineers in Tallahassee. They have all agreed that this will get done, but they don't know when. They don't know when it's going to go in the budget. It keeps sinking lower and lower. Some of the engineers are saying is up to 5 years. So with an unsettled Highway 19 improvement, we don't know when it's going to be. We don't know what it's going to be. They know there's going to be a sister bridge from across the recreation area, and it's going to be more improvement as we work up towards Mission Inn, but they don't know when. If you add this much density, then this short of a period of time, with the traffic the way it already is, it's going to get bad. It's going to get worse. Right now, when I try to make a left-hand turn into Cypress Point, I give them the biggest heads up with my turn signal halfway across the bridge. The people are still road raging. They're passing me in the grass. They're spinning out after rainstorms. This is an absolute nightmare waiting to happen. We've got to nail this down before this can go any further. We've got to find out how many homes. I'm not anti-development, but this kind of high density in this small of an area is, I will only describe as insanity. There shows poor planning. The staff analysis, paragraph C, says commensurate with the land use in the area. I disagree with that. That is not a correct statement. And their analysis on the traffic has nothing to do with the upcoming development off of 48 with a huge Publix and a huge bunch of homes, and we can't calculate right now. We don't know how much traffic that's going to bring down 19. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. James Strunka? And after James will be David Miles.
Can we put this card? Where do you put it so you can see it? Can you see it?
We'll find out soon.
Gotcha. Okay, this is not what flipped everybody out in Howard. Thank you, Chair and members, and good morning. What flipped everybody out in Howard is that stop sign. There's going to be a traffic jam there. It's also going to, when you pave there, it's going to cause irreversible damage to everything that's there right now. And the gentleman that was previously speaking, he spoke about the density of the traffic. And where he lives, I live in Howie. I'm a Howie resident. I drive up there twice a day. I do not want to be affected, or would not like to be affected by the density, more traffic. You're putting, how many units are going to go in there? That's 2 cars per unit. That's another 120 cars on the road right up to Mission Inn. What's going to happen with all the trailer trucks, the 18-wheelers coming around? All the deliveries, the folks are not close to the markets. They're not close to the supermarkets. How about Plan B? 448 and 19, there's a big corner right there. How about 561 and 448? And thank you so much.
All right, thank you for your comments. David Miles and then William Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is David Miles. I'm one of the town council members for the town of Howie. And unfortunately, our town manager is on his way to Italy, so he's not here today. But I am speaking on behalf of the town. This parcel is one of only 2 enclaves that the town of Howie has in the unincorporated county. Both of them are on either side of State Route 19 at the bridge that goes into Tavares. It is within the town of Howie's ISBA, and it is contiguous to the town of Howie. It could be voluntarily annexed, and it meets the parameters to be involuntarily annexed. We do not try to involuntarily annex people. We want them, if they come into the town, to come in on a voluntary basis. We have asked for a continuance. We're not necessarily opposed to development of this property. We want it to be developed correctly because it is an entrance on the north side of the town of Howie. I do want to make a couple corrections. Some of the information that was provided by your staff is a bit dated. The statement that utilities are not available through the town was provided about a year ago, I think slightly over a year ago. This morning, the RFP for the construction of our water plant at the corner of 48 and State Route 19, which is about 2,000 feet from this property, was put on the street. We expect within the next year to 18 months to have a much larger water plant interconnected with our existing plant, which is downtown, to be constructed. The property that's in Howie, in the area immediately opposite the marina, is currently been required to do a couple things in their development order, one of which is to upsize both the water and wastewater pipes so as to serve not only the Thompson Grove area, which is in Howie, but both of these enclaves. So I just wanted to let you know. If you do, we have asked for a continuance. If you decide not to do that and to do an approval, the town of Howie is requesting that your approval either be an R1 or an R2. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miles. William Sullivan.
Good morning. William Sullivan at 26336 State Road 19, Howie in the Hills, Florida, 34737. Can you see that?
You have to move it just a tad to get it in the
This
screen.
way? Sorry.
X marks the spot.
Oh, X marks the spot. Okay, thank you. So first, we'll just talk about the inconsistency. The PD, this is a request for a straight zoning and not a request for a PUD. The plan that the applicant gave you that she said she wanted to do quarter-acre to half-acre lots is not relevant. R4 zoning allows 50-foot lots with narrow setbacks and allows 50-foot rear yard setbacks. She also mentioned, the applicant also mentioned that she had a 50-foot restriction from the road. My belief is that when you ask that there cannot be any restrictions in R4, so the present would make it look like this is actually on CR 48, and that is an actual portion of the villages, believe it or not, and that is an actual 25-foot setback from a road. So what you're looking at right there is a 25-foot setback from a road with a 5-foot rear yard setback. And so that's what they could build under R4. The next is the, as you know, R4 allows the larger, allows multifamily and two-story. I'll show you examples of what can be built. When I worked in Metro West, we literally built product on the lake, and this is the kind of product you could build that kind of product on the lake, and you could maximize your lake frontage. You could build this kind of product on the lake, and for duplexes, you can build. Where's the duplex one? I've got it here somewhere. And also for the duplexes, you can build stacked flats, which the two-family would be stacked flats, would be something similar to this. This has been tried and true throughout Florida. Developers will take advantage of what you give them. You give us a rope, we'll hang everyone with it. So keep in mind that this can be done, and it can be done to the detriment of the area. I also wanted to just say it's just not compatible with the area. The smallest lot in this immediate area in the county is a half an acre. And this literally requires, this R4 zoning gives you 50-foot lots and 50-foot wide lots if you would go single family. And it's not only 50-foot wide lots, but it also has no minimum lot size. At least we couldn't find it in the code. So that's kind of where we are. We think that it's not compatible with the area. I appreciate your time, the ones that met with us, and we appreciate all you guys do, and we hope you choose an R2 or R1.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Last card is Cindy Newton.
Can you leave those?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, for the record.
Oh, and we do have somebody, we don't have anyone online. So last speaker is Cindy Newton.
Hello again. Oh, it's still morning. Good morning. Cindy Newton, District 4. Most of this has been covered. You're going from a density of 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres to 4 dwelling units per acre. So you're going from a possibility of 3 homes to the 49 up to 64. The ISR is going from 10% to 55%. I'm also concerned that Howie is in formal opposition to this, especially after our JPA meeting yesterday. I think it's very important for the county and the cities to be working together on these projects. I hate to see any agricultural land be upgraded to anything else, but R1 is what is mostly through this area. You've just got the one development that is R2. So I am in opposition to this, especially since we don't really know what is going to be built there. There's just nothing in writing to show what it'll be, and I really think that a postponement would be in order to work with Howie. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And at this point, then, if the applicant wants to make any final comments, this would be the appropriate time to do that.
Good morning. Thank you. Brian Check, 10329 Millport Drive. I'm one of the owners of the property, along with my two partners sitting behind me. Just, I guess, to go over a little bit, specifically on the zoning, and then we can kind of come back to a little bit more of the questions and concerns that were raised. Specifically, with the zoning we're asking for, and I think part of this that needs to be, I guess, reviewed is what the actual density will be. So in R4, though it says, it implies four units per acre, that's actually buildable acres. So the actual net acre, you have to reduce not only by the open space, which wasn't always a requirement, so 25%. Subsequent to that, you have to remove wetlands, you have to remove sidewalk, right-of-way, impervious areas, and this is an example of what that would equate to in our particular case. By the time you get done removing the non-buildable areas, you're actually left with just over half of the acreage. Okay, and again, minimum lot size for R4, as we understand it from planning and zoning, is 1 unit per quarter acre, so just under 11,000 square feet, 10,890 specifically. Once you divide that up, the actual ability to put lots on this property is more than likely no more than 37. In truth, once we're done, and I can share with you a bit of a site plan to help identify this, and this is very conceptual, because there's still a lot of work to be done. I'm trying to keep it the same size. So roadways, in this case, that's about as efficient as you'll ever get as far as a roadway would be. We expect we will actually lose more. We also anticipate adding some additional green space, some park area, a wildlife kind of trail to attach to the DOT side, which is on the east side of the property. What you'll see here on this is the green space is an approximation of, you know, what the bare minimum of open space would be. Additionally, you can see a line for us that puts the 50-foot setback off of State Road 19. That is a requirement. It's in the LDR. It's part of the requirements as far as state roads go. And so it's not something that's, you know, subject to our ability to change. You can see on the other side of the street, that requirement may not have always been in effect. Many of the homes, or a few of the homes on the other side of the street, actually get closer than that 50-foot setback for the building. So what we're identifying in this case is the fact that the actual density that we are discussing is less than 40 units. If we were to go to an R2, and this is kind of the pertinent point, the lot sizes would double. So you'd actually cut our number of lots in half. So if you went to, for the sake of my simple math, 36 units by the time we were done, if we went to an R2, that cuts it down in half to 18. So the subdivision on the other side of us, R19, has 18 lots and less acreage than we do, and we would be limited to approximately the same number of units that they have. Financially, that would not be something that we could actually justify some of the expansion and the improvements for, to bring water in, to bring sanitary in. It's about sometimes being able to build the right size space, along with what we would, as my partner mentioned, half-acre and quarter-acre lots. Specifically along the lakefront, that area will be half-acre lots. It doesn't work on quarter-acre lots, not only just because of the lakefront, but also because the property actually necks itself as you get closer to inside the property line. So we would end up, and the one existing property that Ms. Brock actually lives in currently takes up about 150 linear feet of this distance between the property lines. As far as adjacency, and we can go through a couple things like this. So just to help again on some of the zoning that we're looking at, we took a high-level view, and again, this is our interpretation of what was zoned back in the mid-'80s, Cypress Point across the street. So as you go through, you can see approximately 14 acres. If they were to develop today, they have currently about 83,000 acres, or 83,000 square feet of roadway. They have wetlands in the 97,000 square feet approximately. That doesn't count towards open space, and then the required open space of 151,000 square feet. Total buildable area would be reduced to 331. At half-acre lots, they would be somewhere between 12 and 13, not the 18 they have today. So again, the R2 zoning district has changed a bit since some of the subdivisions were developed and approved. Currently, the reduction takes what would say R4 and takes it actually down to R2. If we go to R2, we'd be closer to an R1. As far as adjacencies, we can talk a little bit about what is in the area. So these are some of the most approximate and local, new housing developments that have been approved and are underway. And you can see just in our immediate area, there's 571 homes going in the town of Howey, as well as the Publix and commercial that's less than 1/10 of a mile away. The Publix, I think, is less than 1,000 feet away. 516 homes up on the northwest corner, and then you can see that we have these additional home sites that have already been approved and are going in. Again, most of these, if you go back through and you look at the town of Howey produced a report in October last year identifying a lot of the home sites in those divisions or subdivisions, the new ones, are smaller than 10,000 square feet per lot, and we're going to be closer to 11. So as far as matching and meeting some of the local approved housing and subdivisions already, we're actually in excess of it. In fact, Howey, in that report, resolved to modify their comprehensive plan at the time to make a minimum lot size of 1/4 acre, which was an increase from what they had been approving previously. So we're at 1/4 acre, so we feel that is actually in alignment with the direction that Howey in the Hills is going, so that our lot sizes won't be any less than what they are looking at and requesting of similar developments. The property next door to us, since it did come up, let me see if I can pull that back up just to show you. So our immediate neighbors, the Presbyterian retirement community, in this same Howey in the Hills report from October, they identified that the owner of that property, which develops and constructs assisted living facilities, is looking to do between 200 and 300 units, which they equated to an R10 if it was ever submitted. So we don't feel like we're actually going to be putting any pressure on the local residential base or be maxing out our density, considering we feel we're pretty comparable with what is actually there and existing based on today's land development codes, and that we actually feel that we are consistent with the future land use, which is, again, 4 dwelling units per acre and the existing comprehensive plan. And so our desire was simply not to come in with a PUD where, frankly, a lot of developers come in and they ask for things that they may not get through a straight zoning. We wanted to be completely open and follow exactly what the rules were as far as the development of the property, so that nobody was really in question of it. As far as the road and traffic, just because it did come up, again, FDOT is not something we can manage. It sounds like right now the FDOT, and State Road 19 is an issue regardless of anything that we do. And again, the staff report goes through and did review what our impact on traffic would be. We do not make any kind of a significant impact on it just based on the fact that our unit count is quite low. But I would recommend one thing that for everybody to look at is the stretch of SR 19 in front of our property and in front of our neighbor's property is still one of the few connections that is 55 miles per hour or more, based on people generally go more than the speed limit. We would recommend that the FDOT be reached out to reduce that speed limit to something more comparable with the points of connection on the north and the south, maybe 45 miles an hour. A lot of this has to do with people pulling in and pulling out of their subdivision, which a reduced speed would hopefully give everybody a little bit more time to see what's on the road or who is coming or get up to speed. Utilities, I believe we heard a comment on utilities. It's good to hear that that potable water is going out for RFP and that it will be moving along down SR 19. We'd love to have it. We don't have it now. We did go out to the town of Howie when we submitted our, when we submitted for the zoning application or the rezoning, we went, I guess I should say, we went out and got their letter identifying the fact that utilities were not available. And then subsequent to that, the planning, the county planning and zoning department also sent our submission to the town of Howie. At the time, they had no comment. It's only more recently that they've come back and said, well, wait, maybe we want to talk about something. So we were not aware until about 2 or 3 weeks ago that the county had any concerns or questions because that had been sent to them a year ago, again, with no objection at the time. As far as almost a week ago, actually a week ago yesterday, the town city manager at one of the town meetings acknowledged that their wastewater capacity is limited. In fact, they have no capacity for wastewater, so we couldn't connect to it if we wanted to. Thank you.
I'm curious, so you never put an application into annex or met with them about actually annexing?
And I can't speak to that. Margaret might be able to be better.
I did reach out to the town prior actually going to in front of the Lake County Planning and Zoning to initiate a conversation, and we did not get a comment back, or we were not until I followed up. I followed up and to say, hey, can we get together? In the midst of that was the Planning and Zoning meeting for Lake County, and so no further discussion has been made.
Okay, and then I did have a question, though, because of something that was said on using straight zoning versus PUD. You had indicated that, or the last speaker had indicated that you use straight zoning so everyone would know what you're doing versus a PUD, which might be things that you can't promise, which it's actually usually the opposite. The PUD is what you use to show everybody exactly what you're doing. Straight zoning has that window that, you may do this, you may do that, you may do something else.
With the straight zoning, given the variables of understanding, and certainly the fact that we don't have water, we don't have zoning, we have questions with regards to Howie, as soon as we understand what we're able to do with it under the R4, because we don't know what additional lands are going to need to be taken away for water or regional water or community water and community sewer. That's going to further impact our ability to build, and we needed all of that information in the front ahead of that, which is why when we spoke to staff, and we worked with staff through this and had them guide us through the process, is if we get the zoning, then we'll understand the restrictions placed on us for water, sewer, especially in conjunction with town of Howie. But also, as Brian mentioned, this did go to the town of Howie as part of the interlocal agreement. No comment was made until this was sitting in front of planning and zoning with you all. So we had no objection at that point.
Okay. All right. Any questions of the applicant before we bring it back to the board?
We just need copies of whatever he presented. You can give it to me.
Okay. All right. Bringing it back to the board. This is your district. Do you want to lead off? Or do you want to be you want to be the bookend? Or you want to?
I can be whatever you want me.
All right. Why don't you lead off for us?
So I have a few comments and a few concerns on this. Can we bring up the zoning map, please?
That would be Mr. Fitzgerald again.
It's in your presentation.
In the presentation.
Thank you. All right, so this is for straight zoning only. The problem I have with this request is we have R1s and R2s, and I understand Cypress, whatever point, may only have 13 homes if it was R2 today, but it's not up to us up here to decide if this is profitable for the developer or not. Our job is to look at what we have in front of us, make sure it's consistent, and have property rights not only for the person that owns the property, but the property surrounding it. My main concern is if we change this to R4, then the agriculture to the west of this property and the agriculture to the east of this property can be also zoned R4 now, because it is not going to be considered consistent. And then they can do their multifamily homes. We have no idea, once we have a straight zoning, what's going to be put on this piece of property. We can't tell the future. We don't know. And I know it's not the intent of the seller, but we don't know, or the landowners, but we don't know if they get this R4 zoning, they turn around and sell it to a developer. They can certainly do that. And then everything that we discussed here today, since it's straight zoning, would be out the window, and it's zoned R4. I am 100% against R4 zoning on this. It's not consistent. It needs to be either R1 or R2 to be consistent with the surrounding areas. I know that the owner of the land showed some other properties around. Well, one of them was in the city of Tavares. The other one was in the city of Howey. They have more than ample opportunity. Howey said that they're in their ISBA. They can voluntarily annex into their ISBA. And if they can get the R4 zoning under their ISBA, okay. We can't do anything about it. But I would implore the board to reject R4 zoning and only do R1 or R2. Thank you.
I move to deny.
Second.
All right, and discussion?
Yeah, I would say, in light of the conversations recently with joint planning agreements, I will add that at the very least, I think the request from the town, two of elected officials, of which elected officials are here, to at least continue is very appropriate. So I was just adding that to the discussion. I do think nothing should be done unless you're working with the town of Howey and our staff, assuming it moves forward. So I just wanted to put that on the record, that I think it's important to at least work with Howey. This is right at their front door. So, but it sounds like there's a motion on the table.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a motion on the table. I think that as Commissioner Smith said, R1 or R2 are the appropriate straight zonings. The ideal scenario is a planned development that actually conforms to what the city of Howey wants. And that's the ideal scenario, is they're actually working with the city of Howey, or the town of Howey, on this. So, I mean, I'm sensitive to the request for a postponement from the standpoint if there is a compromise that could be worked out between the landowner and the city and then brought back to us, or that what is worked out between us and the city is that, and the landowners, that they put an application in for an annexation, which I guess with the denial, that would be the most logical thing that would happen next, is they would actually put an application in with the city. Ms. Marsh, did you have something you wanted to add?
I was just going to tell the board if you can put your reasons for the denial on the record, because I will have to draft a denial order.
Rescind my motion. I move to deny the project based on its non-compatibility with the area.
And I'll still second that with my comments. I'm sure you have my comments.
Okay.
So when would they be able to bring it back if they start working with Howey?
Well, if they work with Howey, they're going to go straight to Howey and put an application in with Howey, right? I mean, they wouldn't even come back to us.
So if they do not annex and you deny the project today, they cannot bring it back for a minimum of 1 year, and then they would need to show a changed circumstance or changed project to bring it back to you.
Well, obviously, they're going to have to change circumstance in the sense that the application will be different, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it's a different request, let's say, Ms. Marsh, if they brought in a request for R2, could they do that?
Correct.
They wouldn't have to wait the whole year?
They still have to wait the year. It's a minimum of a year plus the additional circumstances, unless as part of your motion, you deny it without prejudice, which would allow them to bring it back at any time.
Okay, so back to that motion,
Yeah,
I think
so
that would
I'm
certainly
not
be appropriate.
indicating that I'm for R1 or 2 or anything, but I will, for the sake of clarity, motion moving things forward, rescind the motion, I make a new motion to deny based on compatibility, but with the addendum or amendment that they will have the authority to bring this application back at a different zoning within the next year. And so they would be exempt from our traditional rule where they're not allowed to bring it back within 12 months.
So without prejudice?
Without prejudice.
Do you?
So just so I'm 100% clear on this, you're making a motion to deny the R4 zoning, but giving them the capability to bring it back under either an R1 or an R2 before the year is up. No other conditions. They can't bring it back under R4 with the PUD.
How about this? I restate the motion to deny, allowing them to bring back any different application without prejudice in the next year, other than this one. It's not saying I'm going to support it. I'm saying I'm not going to deny them the ability to present, some
And you're saying that because they may work with Howie and come back with something different.
kind of just, I'm not trying to limit their options to present. I have no issue with them presenting anything.
Can I just put something on there for consideration? So the underlying land use is urban low. My concern is about an outright denial, that in urban low, it's up to 4 units to the acre. The R4 was trying to take advantage of that highest number, which I think in our discussion, it's clear that we've all landed on the place that compatibility-wise, R4 isn't compatible, okay? So inside that urban low, you can still do, like we talked about, an R1 or R2, and it is consistent with the surrounding area, and it's consistent with the land use. And so I just think that needs to be something that's taken into consideration with regard to an outright denial. I think it helps somewhat that you've added the caveat that they could come back without prejudice, but just am throwing that out there for consideration, that maybe the softest landing right now would be, say, R1, and then they could then go forward and...
If they're going to start working with Howie, and they might bring it back here, why don't we ask the applicant if they would like a continuance, so they could work with Howie and bring it back to us in a fashion, if they don't want to annex in.
Mm-hmm. And the applicant is here. I think that's a valid ask, if they would be interested in a continuance. If that's, I know we got a motion and a second on the, I think we have a second.
I'm not going to second a continuance, and we got a motion and a second on the floor, but I'm trying to understand well, we got a motion on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seconded it yet, because I'm trying to understand. I think what you're trying to get at is, you don't like the R4 either.
I don't like any of it. I was just trying to be a team player. The truth is, I think that the zoning that furthers the goals of the comprehensive plan the most is agricultural. It should be state agricultural.
Okay, it is an urban low land use, though.
But ag is one of the allowed zonings in that. Right next to it is a lake. That's sort of ag and low density.
So your motion was to deny tab 9 or tab 10 without prejudice.
Correct. That's all. That's my only motion.
Second.
Okay, so, all right, more discussion, or we can call for the vote on that and then see where that takes us. All right.
No, I was just going to say procedurally or process-wise, without prejudice means they can come back with working with the town, something new, whatever, that's substantially different anyway.
Yeah.
So it keeps the door open for all that.
And there is a requirement that they'd have to pay the application fee and you're sending them back to, the drawing board.
I will say this. I'm against a rezoning that is upzoning, but obviously I think some of the members of the board are comfortable with the PUD, but not with any other zoning. So maybe we can amend the motion to say they're allowed to come back with a PUD, but nothing else. I mean, obviously, I think that's what, not me, but I think that's definitely the majority of the board.
I'm okay with R1 or R2.
Oh, okay, okay.
I mean, without prejudice, you can do any of that.
Right, but you just have to start again and pay the application, and I think that's where, I think everybody's, in light of the underlying land use, I think that finding a solution that is, addresses the concerns that we've stated on the record that we have with the rezoning, that's, you know, where I'm at. I think that if the concerns are compatibility, then you address them by going to R1 or R2. Are we permitted to do that as part of our motion? I mean, could we, let's just say the motion was taken off of the floor and another motion was made for R1 or R2. Could we proceed even though that's not what the request is for?
You can because it's less density.
Well, I think the applicant, if they're not listening to us right now and they come back with something higher than an R1 or R2, we're denying R4 with.
I'm just saying that you could make a motion for R1 or for R2 right now and
You could, but we have to figure this here out first.
Yeah, well, I would be opposed to that, obviously. I stand by the motion to rescind, to deny this application without prejudice. No other language in the motion.
Right, and I second that.
Do you want based on compatibility in that?
Based upon compatibility. And, sorry.
I'd like to see them work with Howie. I think Howie's probably the biggest player in this that would like to have some input on what's there. So, you know, I don't know how our chair feels about that.
well, I mean, I certainly think it's great for them to be working with Howie. I think the input that we've received is that the R1 or R2 is something that Howie would be consistent with. If Howie's going to provide utilities, they certainly would have an annexation agreement, and I would think at that point the property would be annexed because it's going to be adjacent. It's already adjacent. I do think the request is incompatible at R4. I believe it could be compatible at R1 or R2. If the applicant wants to make a comment, I'm willing to hear that at this point, unless what you're not interested in coming down in your density request.
We are in the middle of a motion and a second. It's at the board discussion right now. I think we need to make a vote on this motion, and then if we have another motion.
Okay, let's make a vote, and let's see if this motion carries for outright denial without prejudice and based upon compatibility. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say aye.
Aye.
Which one did you?
You guys passed. So
Oh, you recused. It's dead, so it didn't pass. All right. So do we have a motion for R1 or R2?
What I want to do is to table it and have them meet with Howie and try to work something out.
We could do that. We could make a motion for continuance.
Motion for a continuance for time certain, 120 days,
For the applicant to work
for the
with
applicant to
Howie.
work with Howie.
I'm opposed, respectfully. I understand where you're coming from, but I'm not about that. Just,
Do we have a second?
Motion failed, no second.
All right, so where we've ended at is a 2-2 for denial, and which equals,
a fail.
okay. So it's
So a 2-2 is that the motion passes, right?
Well, so the motion was to deny, tied 2-2, so the motion fails, which means it's not denied.
Right.
My
So we gotta make another
preference,
motion.
my preference would be to have some type of affirmative motion that passes so that we know and the applicant knows exactly where the board is going to land on it.
And my request to the board was to either make a motion for continuance or to make a motion for R1 or R2 and see whether that passes.
Well, why don't we go back, and I'll make the motion again for them to work with Howie, time certain, in 90 days, not 120. Second.
All right, and with that, it would come back within that period of time, and then we would have this deliberation again on whether we're going to grant
Yes.
R1, R2,
Or if they're going to annex it.
or they're going to annex.
I really want Howie to weigh in on this.
Mhm.
And I know that their town manager's not here, so, and I think there needs to be discussions between both of them.
And the circumstances have changed with regard to their availability of water since they first approached the city of town of Howie. So that's, I was just trying to bring some closure so everybody knew exactly where we're at, but your 90 days, is that what you're?
90 days.
Okay. All right, so we had a first, we had a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, so that passes with the 90-day continuance and a condition that the applicant reach out to the town of Howie. Okay, we have,
Madam Chair, if we could, we've gone 4 hours without a break, and we need to reset the recording. So if we could take 5 to 10 minutes so IT can reset the recording, I'd appreciate it.
okay, all right. Is that enough time for us to run upstairs?
If you want to do something more than that, we just need at least 5 to 10 minutes to reset the recording.
I know, we have one tab left, but we got to reset recording, so. Okay, so 10 minutes and we'll come back on. That gives us time to run upstairs.
What is it? Reset?
We go upstairs to eat a slice of pizza.
Oh, did we?
So that was 10 and 11 we went through.
Yeah, it's up there.
We have well, I mean,
Okay, we are back to tab 11, and I'll turn it over to Mike Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald, the Office of Planning and Zoning Director. This case for tab 11 is Mountain Lake Drive. The requested action is to rezone approximately 4 acres from neighborhood commercial C1 and agriculture district to urban residential R6 to facilitate the development of a residential subdivision. The Planning and Zoning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval of this item. The location is south of Sorrento Avenue along an unimproved Mountain Lake Drive in the unincorporated Mount Plymouth area. The board may recall that this item has come before the board before. Some questions were posed as far as the specifics of the development, and those questions have been answered in regards to the type of septic system that is proposed as an aerobic system, whether the construction is planned within the floodplain, and it is proposed that a stem wall will be constructed. The finished floor area will be 18 inches above flood elevation for the homes. The type of road to be constructed is a paved road. Proposed lot sizes, the total number of lots for the entire project would be 19 lots ranging from 13,000 square feet to 22,000 square feet. Drainage features, specifically swales and runoff. Along the paved road, there will be 13-foot swales on each side of the road and will be 2 feet deep. Between the houses, there will be 4-foot swales on each side of the property line, and they will be 1 foot deep, with runoffs going to the rear of the property. The proposed rezoning request to R6 is consistent with adjacent properties. The C1 zoning district that is currently on the property is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, and it is not a compatible zoning district. As mentioned, water and sewer will be central. School concurrency will be required. Transportation level of service is not proposed to be impacted. This is a conceptual plan, rough conceptual plan of how the lots will be laid out. This is a look at a summary of how the development will be proposed. I think it's going to be not 22 dwelling units per acre, it'll be 19 according to the information we've received, and that's about 2 dwelling units per acre. This is just an indication, once again, of what the R6 allows. It allows single family as well as some multifamily, but at this point, the applicant is proposing single family residential, and the applicant is here to address the board.
Okay, I have a question, because we had this chart before. The R6 allows multifamily and duplexes, but as far as the surrounding development pattern and that area of Mount Plymouth, I don't think there are any multifamily or duplexes in and around that area.
The area is primarily developed as single-family residential, agriculture. If we look at the zoning, there's a large swath of conservation. It's a combination of zoning. There's PUD, there's agriculture, there's R6.
Yeah, okay. I know R6 is what it shows on the map as adjacent residential underlying zoning. I just think it's important to note that none of that R6 is built out at R6 densities.
Right, correct.
So we have a development pattern, I guess is my point, and I'm really interested mainly in being consistent with the existing development pattern and density as opposed to a straight zoning. But I think because of the C1, we have to put a residential zoning on this because the C1 is inconsistent with the comp plan. So we have to put some zoning that's residential on this property. And my observation after having seen this now multiple times, my biggest concerns were floodplain, just the fact that you got lowland, you got floodplain issues, making sure that the road would have to be built, so it's not going to be like lots on a dirt road, because We have problems through that area with lots that have been developed on dirt roads. And then everybody comes to us when they have problems with their dirt roads. So there would have to be an improved road. The floodplain issues would have to be addressed, but that would be addressed at the time that a building permit comes in and a site is reviewed. So each individual site would be reviewed by our floodplain experts. And then the other issues being consistent with what the actual development patterns are. And I would say the development patterns are more like R2. R3, but again, R3 allows duplexes, and we don't really have duplexes out there. So I think that R2 would be the best place to land, in my opinion. And I'm just throwing that out there for the board's consideration. We do have applicants here, right? So we have not had you here before, so we're glad that you're here. So if you want to come forward.
Can I ask Mike one more question? It will have to be a paved road to county standards.
The indication is that the applicant is paving the road. We will coordinate with Public Works as far as what their standards are for a paved road with swales drainage.
Okay, and it will all be done at one time, not in sections?
I think that's a question for the applicant.
Okay.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Andrew Kager. I live in Mount Dora. I'm co-owner of the property with my father, and we're the ones looking at doing this build out on the property. And to answer some of the questions, so yes, the road would be built all at one time. This is a project we've been working with Public Works. We've had some of our own lawyers working with them to get it straightened out. And we're actually going to bring LPG group in to help with that actual development of the road, how to do the process, secure certain bonds, stuff like that. The reason we're trying to do R6, so this is in a platted subdivision. It was platted in 1926. It already has a plat book. The dedicated roadway already exists. And we are matching it. So we do a certain, if you could see, there's already 10 lots that have been created. There's a certain process in order to get new alternate keys that we split by combining older lots to make a new lot. And as of now, we can only put single family on one. They're like third of an acre lots. They're all 12,500 square foot lots and larger. And that's what we use to combine, and that's how we get the well and septic. We already had 4 or 5 permits that went through the works. They already got approved by the health department. They got approved. The only thing that held us up was the road, which we are working with now to get resolved and put the correct road in there. But as now, I mean, they're only single family lots, and the way we combine them, that's all we've been able to build in that area. We've never tried to build duplex, and I don't think you're allowed to with the size of the lot, the septic tank, and the well. You can't split units. So that's so far we've only done single family. And I think that's all they really allow in this style of lot configuration.
I noticed like a couple of them, almost like 3 of them are almost completely in Zone A, flood zone.
Yeah, they're in the flood zone, but it's only by about a foot. Showing here, like we'd have to bring probably 2 feet up for the stem wall. It's 18-inch above the flood zone. It's a very flat area. Once you get off 46, it's fairly flat there. I mean, I don't have a topography map, but it's maybe a drop of 2 to 3 feet over the whole, the entire thing's about 8 acres. There's only a couple feet drop, so it looks like they're in this flood zone, but you could see the water in the back. There's dry trails. It's a very old flood zone, and, I mean, it's only a foot or 2 difference over the whole thing. I mean, these stem walls would be at most 3 feet tall. And in the front of the properties where like the driveways come in, where we would have to bring fill, it's very minimal fill to actually bring it up to where the garages would be, maybe a foot in most places. Because see, the road doesn't even touch the flood zone. It doesn't reach the road. It's really a foot or 2 difference is what we're seeing over the whole property.
The lots that are shown on your map, though, you're saying that that's going to actually be your
Yes, those
lot
10
layout?
were already created as alternate keys from 2 previous alternate keys. Okay, well, here's a survey we actually have. Put it on the X. Let me see. So these first 10, when we purchased the property, it was 5 alternate keys altogether, and we used a certain process. I forget what the process is called, but we were able to take one alternate key and create 5 because they're already previously platted lots, and these first 10 are already done. From here to here are already created. They're already R6. They're already the correct size, zoning. Everything's already created with those, and we were just going to copy along the road everything what we've done before. So this lot on the end is already its own alternate key, its own lot. We create 4 out of one alternate key, and then the center island we would create 4 to follow suit, and then that's the process we use because it already has the previously platted lots. That's how we created these. So the 10 are already there and existing, and that's done. That's how we would just submit that as a building lot and then build the house according to, building standards per single lot, and that's it.
But the road's not paved. But
the road, we've already been held by the county. We've worked for almost a year now working with the county. I mean, we have to get the road paved. They put an administrative hold on the 4 we did have ready until we actually work with them and work with Public Works and get a paved road in. So they haven't allowed us to build with the hold being on that right of way. I mean, we have to put a road in through some kind of, roadway development plan or something like that. We're still working that out. That's why we're working with I forget the name, sorry. LPG. That's why we're working with them now to get that road figured out, because that's the hurdle we've seen. But when we first talked to the county staff about this, their first recommendation was to get the zoning squared out because there was not congruent zoning with the future land use. Half the property was one thing, half was C1. There was an agriculture lot. The recommendation was to get the zoning straightened out, use the existing right-of-way, and build a road up to Lake County standards today and move forward with it. That was the steps we were given.
Sure.
What is the plan for the lots that are in the middle between the roads?
It would be, we have to combine at least 2. You have to combine 2 previous lots to equal 12,500. So the plan as of now would be these 2, these 3, and then 1, 2. So that would be 4 lots we could create there. And that's the most we could create. We couldn't create another one. We can't use individual ones. That's how it would lay out.
And you're saying you need the R6 because you need the lot size.
That's the right size density to use. We're doing 2. As far as I know, that's the zoning needed to lay out like this. If we'd have to do half-acre lots, if we did R2, and that would just kind of mitigate what the previous lots look like. Like, it would just be hard to combine those to create that. I mean, the way I understand it, that's how we were able to create those lots. They're over 12.5, and that's the reason why we could create that. If we did R2 zoning, the density would change. We would only maybe get 2, and then maybe 2 here, and that's about all we could do. And it would just change the layout a lot. I mean, that's why
it would be a better plan, in my opinion. It would be less dense. It would be more fitting with that surrounding area.
This fits perfectly with the surrounding area. This is exactly, if you look in the area, they're all above 14,000 square feet. Some of them are half acres. These 2 in the corner are over half acres. The smallest lot we have is 14.3, which is the smallest lot. There isn't one smaller. And the idea as of now, this little one here, that's kind of where we're leaning, where we would put some kind of pond or retention area or storm runoff area, because it just makes the most sense. Plus, it's the smallest lot. We don't really want to build a really skinny house, a small house. I mean, we're trying to build nice houses that match the area. We want to match Mount Plymouth. That's where we're building. And we feel this plan really does match the area. I mean, we've built several homes using this method of splitting and laying it out just like this, not far from here, in the same subdivision.
And this is State Road 46, Sorrento Avenue, that you're adjacent to?
Yes, this is on top 46.
So can anyone tell us the setback off of that road for anything that's built adjacent to it? Would that, which zoning we pick determine whether it's 25 feet from the right-of-way or 35 feet from the right-of-way?
I believe it's 66 from the center of the...
Wait, we have to talk into the microphone if you're going to talk.
It should be 62 feet from the center line of the road. That's what most of that area, that's what it's been from the center line of
That's the
right-of-way.
Right-of-way. I think, are you asking about setbacks?
Yeah, I was asking about the setbacks, like how close would the houses be to the actual right-of-way?
Front yard setback.
Front yard setback or side yard setback?
I don't think there is a minimum, really. I think that's...
Oh, there's a setback.
Well, it's 60.
Okay, we got to talk to the microphone if you're going to talk, and state your name.
No, I'm Andrew Kager, Senior, also live in Mount Dora. So basically, from the center line, so the Mountain Lake Road is a 50-foot right-of-way. So you take the 25 feet that you lose for the 50-foot, half and half, minus it has to be a minimum of 62 feet from the center. So the minimum will be 37 feet from the front of the property line back.
Okay, just trying to understand your setback off the edge of the right-of-way for the houses that are going to be
It'll be
adjacent.
37 feet.
37 feet from the edge
Minimum.
of the right-of-way.
And then also I wanted to address real quick, so I have been talking to FEMA through my, we do have a person that's doing the study for the floodplain. And they already started looking into a preliminary where, because, this has been 30 years, the last time the floodplains has been looked at, that there's a possibility that the base flood elevation will be reduced. So until, we just don't want to move forward until we know what we're doing, because each individual lot has to be done that way. And they're like, they can't just do one property, they have to do each individual lot. So if we end up doing the 19 lots, then they'll come back and say each alternate key goes to FEMA, they'll do a study. But the study, according to our surveyor, saying that they feel there won't even be a flood issue in that property. But obviously, we are doing, a study. But until we get the lots rectified, we can't move forward.
So I have a question. Are those four-wheeler tracks behind your place, or is those for Jeeps?
Both.
Both. I mean, it looks to me like you've got all kinds of, where are they coming from?
Well, they're coming from, so basically, they're coming from more off of Lake Plymouth Road. They're coming off of there. There's a little, yeah, go ahead. Well, you can.
Yeah, so that track, that's a well-known area that there's a lot of off-road vehicles, golf carts and stuff. The county actually put up
looks like sugar sand to me.
It's sugar sand, and people ride around from that neighborhood all the time back there. There's several openings. The county did improve a fence recently, because it is a conservation land back there, but people still get in. There's all sorts of places they go riding back there.
Okay.
It's a well-known place for riding four-wheelers and stuff.
Okay, I was just wondering. Thank you.
Yeah, but see, that is dry, those sugar sand roads. It's dry there.
Oh.
There really isn't standing water anywhere right there.
Is that a conservation easement behind
It's county-owned land. It's conservation, but it's like a park owned by the county. It was dedicated on that plat book. It was a lake bed, and then now it's owned by the county. I believe it's a park.
Yeah, this is the land where we had, we had lots that were, people had encroached into the lake bed, right? Isn't this
Yeah, Mount Plymouth.
Mount Plymouth Lake?
Yep, that's Mount Plymouth Lake.
Is it?
So it's technically
Who owns it?
county.
It's county owned.
I believe it's county-owned. We purchased, or the lake bed was dedicated to us in multiple areas out there many years ago. Some portions of it we've been trying to convey off to property owners, but this is not one of those areas, so I believe we do own it. If I can go back and adjust, Commissioner Campione, your setback from 46, and I know I see Seth here, so Seth, can you come up for a minute, please? So Seth, is 46 is that portion of it state or is that county?
Yeah, for the record, Seth Lynch with the Public Works Department. That is now County Road 46 or Sorrento Avenue.
Okay, and it's considered a county secondary highway?
Yes.
So according to the code, for a county secondary highway, they have to maintain a 50-foot setback from the right-of-way, not from the center line, from the edge of right-of-way, it's 50 feet back.
So that,
That's going to limit the use of that lot, buildable lots up there, just so you know.
Yeah, these lots are, I think they're over 150 deep, so that's totally fine with our plan. I mean, we wanted to push them back anyway. We don't, the few houses that would be on 46, we want to keep them far off. I mean, it's not a very, it's a little bit of a busy road. Sometimes it wouldn't be nice to be right on the road. But then all these interior ones, they would come off Mountain Lake. So they wouldn't even come off 46.
And again, refresh my memory from the last time. I may be slow after lunch here, but the PUD was not an option.
I mean, the applicant applied for R6 to make it consistent with the rest of the property they own. They were not doing a PUD over the entirety of what they own. So.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, if I'm Melanie, if I'm looking at this right, everything here is R6 except for that C1, which is not consistent for anything around it, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
I know, this is a really bizarre, unusual situation. And I understand what you're trying to do is you're trying to aggregate old platted lots. Your zoning, you got an obsolete zoning that doesn't match the land use. You're trying to get your zoning as close as you can to the surrounding zoning. But at the end of the day, when it comes to individual lots and being able to build on them, you have to build the road to county standards. You have to adhere to the setbacks. You'll have to deal with the floodplain requirements. So you got a bunch of hurdles you have to
that's all
jump through.
Part of the development. I mean, that's standards you meet with any lot in that area we've built. That's standards you got to meet with all of them. The road is the hurdle. I mean, we are getting that figured out. That's why we are bringing a group in that can help figure out the road and the maintenance of the road. But other than that, the standard setbacks and stuff, that's hurdles we come across all the time. Building in this area, that's stuff we're ready for. Floodplain, we've already built in the floodplain. We've been able to mitigate that and know the process of doing that correctly. So it's just the road, and we've been working for quite a long time with the county to get the road figured out. And that's why we're bringing a group in to get the road finally squared away, because that's really what we're missing out of this project. If the R6 was all together, then the road is all that's left, and we could build. It would be and it would match the 95% that's already built in that plat book, in that subdivision, in that area. It's the last little bit of the same plat book that's just about complete. Since the 20s, it's just about done now.
Have y'all started any homes out there?
No. Nope, we haven't started any. We had 4 permits, and they were ready to go. They were already approved. They were like, day we were going to pick them up, and then we got administrative hold that we had a roadway issue to resolve.
Okay, well, we do have a couple cards, so let us address our cards, and then we'll come back if we have any other questions. We've got Betty Jones.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Betty Jones. I live right off of Elk Ridge, which is right off of Sorrento, right up the road from them, less than maybe 100 feet from them. The sand that they're talking about, where they ride, nobody's supposed to be riding back there. They go back there, the illegal dump. We've been watching, because I'm right on 46, directly across from Red Tail. And they're just a little bit further up from me, from Red Tail Reserve. Where we live, we've been watching the people go back there, and they go back there all the time. They're dragging cars back there. They're dragging everything back there that doesn't supposed to be back there. It's supposed to be county land. They came through, they put the telephone wires and the cords going through and saying, nobody go back there, no trespassing. They still do it. They say it's a park. It's not a park. It was never meant to be a park. It's always been the reserve, you know. It's supposed to be like a place for all the sand turtles and everything. I want to know, what are they going to do about all the turtles that are over there, the gopher turtles that are under there that are already been buried by them digging around out there. I would like to know what's happening with all them. And plus the flooding thing is a big thing for me, because I've been dealing with it for 19 years living off of Elk Ridge.
You have flooding issues?
Everything, it didn't have them. When it was Heathrow Country Estates, we didn't have flooding. When they made it to Red Tail Country Estates, Red Tail, they jacked up 46 like this, and everything comes off of 46 and washes right through our yard. Elk Ridge, which is, like I said, right before them, is an unmaintained road, and it's always been unmaintained. For the 19 years that we've been there, it's been unmaintained. We didn't really have a problem with it until they made the road like this. Well, now they've came and they've redid the road, and I've been talking to Mr. Jackson, and when it was still State Road 46, before they turned it back into County Road. And I've been dealing with them to come out there, and they were nice enough to build like a little buffer, because they said it's not enough to do a culvert underneath it. So they made like a little buffer, and we've been trying to make it go further down 46, but with all this new construction and stuff, I don't see it getting any better. I see it getting worse.
Okay, all right, well, thank you for your comments. And Cindy Newton?
Cindy Newton. Good afternoon now. District 4. I have the same issues. Here's the floodplain, and it does almost completely cover several of the lots. While this is dry right now, there were changes on 46 and on 429 that have opened up some culverts, and this is starting to fill with water in certain spots. So we don't know what's going to happen the next 25 years, whether or not this lake will be back to its old viable self or not. But they are going to have to deal with all these floodplains, and going with septic and wells, that's going to be a very difficult issue, where they can put septic tanks in the floodplain. They cannot put the drain fields in it. And if this does come back, like you say, there's drainage issues on 46 and drainage issues if this starts filling back in. Those septics, if they are under the floodplain, can float, so they can pop up out of the ground. So they do have a lot of issues to deal with. I appreciate the fact that they are going to pave the road. This is the road that the previous person was talking about and having flood issues over here. So even though this is not a viable lake at this time, it is all county conservation land. Swells along the road, drainage then from your drain fields, is all that going to be going down into the county conservation land? So I have no problem with a zoning change. I agree R2 is a much better deal. You can't have the C1 there. This is the Wekiva Protection Area, and you're also in the B map, where we're drastically trying to reduce the nitrates. So we're looking at all these septic systems going in there. So appreciate your time.
Okay. All right. Question?
Is that all the public?
That's all. Okay. Anyone online? Oh, I can't tell. Yes.
Yes, we do have one online. Barbara Morris. You should be able to unmute and then please state your name and give your comments to the board.
Barbara Morris, District 4. I live out here in Mount Plymouth, and I'm very familiar with this property. I do agree that the C1 needs to be eliminated, and I would hope, I don't know if you can put the restriction on the R6 to where it does not include duplexes. My biggest concern is they've addressed the swells for the road, they've addressed the swells between the homes, but they have not addressed any kind of a swell system to prevent all of that water, not just from the road, but from the homes and the rooftops, from going into that lake that we're trying to conserve. The lake has shown indications that it is coming back because of the alterations made on 46. And the drainage that had originally been obstructed has been opened up. And it definitely is showing signs of returning. I just would like to see that they address all that runoff from the concrete and the rooftops and everything else, prevent it from going into that lake. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Barbara. Commissioner Parks?
One more question. So it's been brought up, the waste, the septic. So I know that you mentioned by answering the question here, an aerobic system. There's still a difference between an aerobic system and a distributed waste technology system, which is even higher level treatment of nutrients. So again, I know it's hard with these zoning cases because you can't condition it, but are you going to do DWTS or are you going to do aerobic?
It's going to be aerobic. That's what I believe the new requirement is for anything under 1 acre. They have to be aerobic systems. And I think once you get your septic tank, like you have an environmental, I forget what they're called, but he comes out and he tests your soil, and he's the one that will tell you what specific tank, if it needs to be that DWS or if it just needs to be a standard aerobic. But that's the two options we're left with. You can't do the old style tanks anymore under 1 acre, so there won't be any of those with the super large drain fields that everyone's concerned that you can't do that under 1 acre anymore. But that's an environmental, I forget his name, but they come out and they test your soil and they tell you exactly what system you'd have to go with in order to make it work.
Yeah, I understand that. I guess what I'm asking is, so there is a new level of standard that's required. It's the aerobic system, as you answered the question here. But they could come out, whether it's Department of Health, and there's issues with who's going to do that, DEP or Department of Health, and they may tell you, yes, you can do an aerobic, but there's the DWTS has the higher standard. It's like it's even better for nutrient removal. We actually do have a general permit, the county does now, that could be permitted through the county public works. But the question is, I guess, is so they would come out, how this would play out is if it was approved, then you're going to go in to get the permit for the septic system, the disposal system here, and they may say, yeah, aerobic, but you could actually do the higher standard, and they may come back and say DWTS anyway because it's close to the wetlands. That's my concern, because it's that close to the wetlands that it'd be the highest and best system that's available right now, and that is the DWTS if you can't get it on sewer, which you can't. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. This is a tough one. I mean, it's a bad location. It's in the Wekiva. It's, to the north of you, we've got low density, and although you've got the golf course and so forth up there, you've got a lot of green areas, a lot of places for water to go and drain and perk. Here, you're immediately adjacent to this conservation area and this lake that's kind of working its way, trying to come back, and you're right next to the road, next to the secondary highway, Sorrento Avenue. But we got to rezone the commercial. That part I understand. Ideally, in a scenario like this, a PUD would have been good, a planned development where we actually laid it out instead of trying to take lots and piece them together and makeshift it into a subdivision in one of the most environmentally sensitive places in Lake County.
Well, it is already a subdivision. That's why PUD just is so much backwards work when you already have lots, you already have a dedicated roadway, you already have standards for setbacks and requirements. So it's just a lot of extra zoning work for creating the same thing.
It's just a subdivision from what, 1920?
1920.
So, it may have, we have lots of places with old plats, but doesn't mean it's the best way or the right way to do it. So I don't know how to offset the downside except with a lower density than R6. I feel like at least if you lower the density to, R2 or even R3, at least it would help a little bit with taking some of the pressure off of the little bit of space you're working with right here to cram a whole bunch of development into.
4 acres is quite a bit of space there.
So
4 acres,
I have a
think
question
that'd
for
be
Mike Fitzgerald.
8 houses.
This property is currently zoned C1, correct?
C1, and there's a small piece that's agriculture.
Okay. Can he build a 7-Eleven there?
No, incompatible with our comprehensive plan for commercial use to go there.
So he can't build on his land, no matter what he builds currently, the way it's zoned.
Correct.
I just don't think it's fair for us to make him go to something other than what is consistent to what that's around him. I understand where you're coming from, but just for me, everything else here is an R6. We got regulations, we got setbacks, it's in the B map, we have the state of Florida, and we have our county codes that are going to make them do the septic system that's going to be the proper septic system. I don't think he's just asking for something that he can build on. And if he was able to build a 7-Eleven here, and he built a 7-Eleven, then so be it. But he can't build anything here. So he wants to go back to a plat, build residential. It's zoned R6. I'm sorry, it's zoned R6, but everything else around it's zoned R6. How long has this been zoned R6, Mike?
Uncertain. Probably since at least the last comp plan.
All right, so at least 20 years ago. And I bet you there's been other houses built in this zone within that 20 years. We can make the assumption.
Make the assumption, yes, sir.
So I can't go away from the R.
No, I mean, I understand what you're trying to do. 19 lots on 4 acres in an environmentally sensitive area that's got flooding problems, adjacent to a conservation area. That's where I'm running into a roadblock. But if you guys want to go there, I just know I'm not going to be able to get there.
I understand completely. These are already platted 1920. It could have been 1890, right? So the plating, but what's getting me is the zoning here that we've had since the last comp plan. And it hasn't been a problem for the last 20 years. I don't know, would it be right for us to put an R2 in the middle of R6? I don't know if that's right or not for a guy that owns land. I'm kind of stuck on this one. I don't know.
All right, so a question again with, I think for Mike
Okay.
and Melanie. Again, I understand straight zoning, but what I'm struggling with is the septic, because I think it should be I think it should be DWTS. And I know that's the problem with our codes. And when you do these zoning cases, straight zoning like that, I don't want there to be any ambiguity. They say that maybe they will do DWTS, but when it comes down to coming into staff, if it's not in writing, well, it won't be done, correct? I mean, do you in Public Works, is there anything that I'm missing? Is this going to be requiring DWTS anyway because of its location? Do we know that? I mean, we're in the B map. Most of the county is, so.
Right, it's in the B map, and the DEP regulations allow them to do either. There's no requirement to do DWTS.
Yeah, unless they commit to going to DWTS.
Correct. I mean, which you cannot require in this ordinance because it's straight zoning.
Right. That's all.
So what about looking at the land mass, 4 acres, and looking at the number of lots that should be in light of the constraints? So 18 or 19 lots versus, 8 or 10 lots. I mean, that's the difference between going with the R6 versus going with the lower zoning.
Just for clarity, Chairman, the 19 lots is an overall for the subdivision, including the property they already have as R6.
Okay, so inside this area that we're rezoning, how many lots? 8.
9 lots is what's in the staff report.
Okay. All right, thank you for that clarification. It helps a little bit.
Can you put that map back up?
Well, we'll just see where this goes. I make a motion that we approve tab 11.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second. Second for discussion.
All right, discussion. Do you have more discussion?
Just waiting on everybody else to discuss.
All right, do we have any other discussion? We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say aye. Aye. All right, so that was 2-3.
2-3 for denial, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I got it moving some direction, so
All right.
we can keep moving.
I'm sorry, I thought his motion was to approve.
Correct. It was.
It failed, yeah.
Yeah, the motion to approve was failed 3-2.
Do we have another motion? Do we have another motion?
Well, I'd be interested to see what your proposal is. How's that? Because this is your district. And you may not have to pass the.
Well, no, I've been trying to articulate that, trying to come up with that somewhere in between that is not going too far, understanding the constraints of this property and its location in the Wekiva and the conservation area adjacent to it, the floodplain issues. I just am more comfortable with something that would be on this property that would be more, I'm just going to split the difference and say R3 instead of R6.
All right, so.
I think the problem is, however, the applicant didn't come here for any other zoning other than what is R6. So we can't force him to come. Can we force him to say, you can't come, you came in for R6, so forget that. We're going to make you do R1. Can we force them to do that?
So this is similar to what just happened with the Oaks Grove. You can approve something that is a lower density than what they have requested. If it's something that they're not interested in doing, once the order is signed, then they would certainly have the option to appeal it.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion then to designate R3 as the zoning classification for this application.
Do we have a second? He made the motion.
You're going to pass the gavel.
Yeah, but if the votes aren't going to be there, then what's the point?
Yeah.
Well, can we just run through, I don't have the comp plan in front of me or the zoning plan. R1, 2, 3, what's the density for those? 1, 2, and?
1 to 1.
It matches the number.
Got it. Okay,
Yep.
per acre. Got it. And you want to do 3?
I made a motion for R3, respecting the comments from the.
We're just
the
trying
chair,
to take
and
the
then also-
R6 and split the difference.
Yeah, and some concerns for the record with the septic as well.
So the only thing that R3 is doing is it still allows for duplexes, but it doesn't allow for multi-family dwelling units. I don't know what the difference is on that. 2-family dwelling units, which to me is multifamily, and this is multifamily dwelling units. So I don't know the difference between the two,
I
Mike.
think multifamily, though, is like, you can have like townhomes, you can have multiple units in a row. A duplex is a 2-family dwelling unit, so you just could have.
Correct. Duplex is 2, anything more is multifamily.
So I had a motion. Was it seconded? I can't remember. But
Okay, I'll second for discussion.
Okay.
How much can you build on R3? How many houses can you build with R3 there?
in this particular case?
For the whole?
Once they get the road in.
I'm not sure if what's on my screen is on the commissioner's screens. R3 is rated at 3 dwelling units per acre. And then the lot size would be 75-foot frontage. And you would have the allowance of possibility of 2-family dwelling units.
So we're just talking about 2.
So instead of having single-family homes out there on an R6, he can have duplex, duplex, duplex,
Yeah.
duplex.
Yeah, that's not a good, okay. It's not a good.
Yeah, I'd like to add, so the way we're separating these lots, the density ends up being, it's just north of 2 per unit anyway. It's like 2.2 if you actually add up the total. Well, it's 4 acres and we're looking at 8 lots. So that is 2 units per acre. So, you know, it's R2, but I just wonder how that works when we go to configure these lots using the way we've already configured the lots. I know with R6 it works to configure those lots because we're not creating a PUD, so we wouldn't, you know, we have to follow that process of combining previous lots to make 12.5 or greater. So the lots we are only able to create anyway are going to be what we're looking at. Even at R6, it's still going to create that same number of lots I showed you on this sheet. What we've done in the first, exactly what we did for the first 10, it's going to complete the same process. You know, from here to here is already done. There are 6. They're followed the same configurant where it's 12,500 or greater to create. So, you know, even making it R2, I don't know. I think that, you know, at R6, we're still only creating this many lots. We're not able to use then the old plat book. And, you know, we'd have to then make a PUD or something. So, you know, this is kind of a guarantee that this is all we're adding here. We can't create more lots using that same process. So if you're afraid, you know, with the R6 it creates too many lots, we can't create any more. That R6, even with R6 zoning, that's the amount of lots that are able to be made. We can't make 50-foot lots or something. That's the process we use, and with R6, I don't even know, maybe with R2 as well, but that's still the same number of lots we can create total. We couldn't sneak in 3 or 4 more lots or squish them together. Like at R6, you know, if that's what you're afraid of, the R6 zoning, that's still the same, you know, we're still creating that number of lots. It's not going to change, the density matches. It's way under. I think the future land use is 5.5 per acre. We're right north of 2. So I mean, even at R6, we're still creating kind of what you're talking about, limiting us to.
I have a question. A question maybe for Mike again. Can you put up the buildable lot standards for these different zoning districts? Just so I know what you're saying. I think you're saying that you need the R6 to keep the lots buildable, and I obviously understand that, but I just want to see what the requirements are for the. Okay. Yes. Oh, okay. All right. So that's the frontage. But area though, what's the area minimum?
This is a unique situation because of the old plat. This property will actually fall under lot exception for density rules, where he has to meet a 12,500 square foot minimum lot size. And
I was just saying, if you go to the R2 though, what's the R2?
We don't have minimum lot size or minimum lot size in Lake County. We have road frontage if you're doing straight zoning. If no plat existed, if this was agricultural property and we were proposing a brand new zoning on it, the provisions on your screen would apply. In this case, because it's an old plat, we're going to look at it from the standpoint, like the applicant has stated, taking old platted lots, combining them under the lot exception for density standards, and unfortunately, 40 feet is the minimum lot size in that case. So 12.5, he says he's meeting the standard for those lot sizes. That's how he got the lots on the west side under R6. He went through the lot exception for density process, combined the lots, established the new lots of record, and that's the process we would follow around the horseshoe of Mountain Lake Drive to establish lots of record combining the old platted lots.
So
12.5 is a quarter acre lot.
So, Mike, can you pull up the little colorful map, 7 of 12 on our, and can we zoom over, can you zoom in on either one of those? So, let's think about this logically. This gentleman owns all the land from looks like an easement here, all the way around. He's already got R6, most of it, except for, 4 lots? 5 lots?
5 parcels.
5 parcels.
5 alternate keys.
5 alternate keys. So we're going to bifurcate his land he already owns that he can already do R6 on currently on half of it, and the other half we're going to make him do something completely different?
It's tough. This is tough because we're right here in the Wekiva protection area, right? We got all of these factors at play here.
Well, the thing is, we didn't cause this issue, us up on this board, and he certainly didn't cause this issue. It happened previously 30 years ago that we have to come up and fix. And it looks to me like Mike has already fixed half of it on the R6 he currently has. Let him fix the other half on the other R6.
And if you couldn't do multifamily and you couldn't, if you couldn't do duplex, I think, that's certainly a stated concern, is that you could, like, with the R6, you could ramp up the number of units if you were to do that with R6.
That I get, but again, if we were talking the whole parcel, I would be 100% with you, but we're only talking a quarter of what he owns. The other part's already R6.
The underlying future land use allows up to 5.5 units per acre.
Okay, all right.
It is a dense land use already.
So, considering that when the last motion died, there were 3 of us that voted against this. If one of the,
There's now another motion on the floor, Parks and Morris seconded for R3.
oh, thank you. Okay, all right. Let's take a vote on that, and my hope is that that dies, and then let's go back to one of the no votes on the original motion and see if we can get 3 votes. We would just need to have somebody that didn't vote for it make a motion to go back to the R6. I think with the 12,500 requirement in the aggregation of the lots, I don't really see a way out of this thing. So I wish there was a way to have a separate agreement, a development agreement of some sort, but I don't think that's a mechanism that we're allowed to use. I don't know if we could use it as part of a road agreement. I don't hear staff telling us that that is some sort of an option, because that would address everything. That's why the PD zoning would have been the best way to do this. We could have all agreed that we're trying to let you do something that's consistent with what you've done. You're not going to do multifamily. You're not going to do duplex. You're going to build the road a certain way. You're going to do the distributive waste system. You know, we could actually spell these things out, and then we wouldn't have the heartburn that we have here.
Let's do that.
So we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Against, say aye. Aye. All right, so that motion fails. Now we're going to go back, and I think we just have to go with the R6.
Yeah, and I can't make the motion because
So it has to be one of us 3.
I guess my only concern is still the DWTS.
If they can't do an agreement with us, then there's no way to get that.
I know there's no way to get that, but I'm trying to find out what.
In this case, what the board is considering is use of the property. Is it commercial? Is it residential? What's not before the board is an approval of a subdivision construction plan. So from the 50,000-foot view, we're saying, is it compatible in this area? Historically, this area has been for residential. Somewhere along the line, it was rezoned to C1. C1 is not compatible with the current land use, with the current comp plan. So from the 50,000-foot level, do we say, is residential zoning allowable in this area? That's really what's before the board, not a consideration of any type of construction specification.
No, I understand that. I understand that completely. It's also what's the current code, though. So beyond that, when we make a zoning change, it's still going to be the.
Staff promises to hold this developer's feet to the fire.
No, I get it, but I don't know. That's literally my only concern. If it was distributed waste technology system, kind of a system, that I know is going to be the highest and best water treatment available, water quality treatment.
Yeah. But if that's code, and at the time they go to pull building permits, and that's code, right?
Okay, so not to make this any more complicated, there is a process under Chapter 163 that allows for a development agreement. The development agreement would allow you to set the duration, the development uses permitted on the land, description of the public facilities, reservation of dedication of land, et cetera. It also requires a public hearing process. But if the applicants are willing to go that route, we could do a development agreement. They could still do the R6 zoning, but we'd have to bring that development agreement back through for a public hearing. It's very similar to a PUD, but it's an option. This county has not done a developer's agreement in the length of time I've been here, but it is an option under Florida state statute.
But it would get us to, I think it would get us to where we need to be, because our concerns are environmental, and they're related to the location of this property in an environmentally sensitive area, and right there in the Wekiva Protection Area. it would get us there. So, I mean, I think that that is the way to go, is to combine the R6 zoning with a development agreement that would spell out the waste distributive system, and we'd make sure that we had any other requirements on the lots that we needed to, including the road construction and so forth.
So, just because it's getting late in the day, and I playing devil's advocate here. So if we do this developers agreement, is it only on the 5 alternate keys that he wants to do? The other part that's already been approved, R6, he can do whatever the heck he wants to with?
We could bring the entirety of his property under one agreement, again, if he's willing to do that.
Let's ask the developer, are you willing to do that? So that we just bring back at a second meeting an agreement that just spells out things
Not
like.
really. I think we've got our straight zoning. It makes sense. I think we've put everything forward. We're going to build everything according to the county's code. There are requirements, setbacks, all that good stuff. I think we have a very good case. I don't, development agreement sounds like a lot of overhead work for doing the same job. I think we're doing the job we're supposed to do here, and I think that's a great rezoning. We're trying to fix the zoning map. We're congruent with the rest of the area. Everything's going to be built according to standards and correctly, and I think that's the best we can do on this property. I think that makes sense, what we're bringing forward here.
Well, we certainly tried. We're definitely trying to accommodate you, but we're also trying to address concerns that we have.
Yeah. Mr. Sabatini, I know you said earlier you like to keep the look of the county and the values of the county, and that's strictly what we're keeping with here. We're trying not to make this overcomplicated. We can't build a crazy development, a crazy system. It's only really eight or 9 lots that we're looking at that are affected here, and we're matching perfectly with the area, what's been platted. This was slated to be built over 100 years ago. I think everything is right in line with our all values here for Lake County and Mount Plymouth. I think that we're meeting that standard here.
All right, well, we would need a motion for R6 if anybody wants to go forward. It's already been denied once. So at this point, it's been denied. So unless there's a motion to approve R6 with any,
I can't make a motion.
You can't make it. Commissioner Morris can't
Motion to
make it.
approve R6.
No, I don't think you can make one, because you voted.
Go up.
Yeah, you can.
You can make a motion?
Yeah.
I thought the original 2 in favor of R6 were Commissioner Morris and Commissioner Smith. So you can't make the motion. It has to come from somebody who was on the opposing side.
Yeah, and I can't make the motion. I mean, I would definitely be interested in that developers agreement process, because I think that would have just addressed my concern about the.
Well, you could just make your motion and say that it has to come back as a developer's agreement on the distributed waste system, and make that the only condition that's in the developer's agreement.
If that's the only condition, that's more favorable for us, I think. We can look into that. I don't know a whole lot about that system, but we can look into that.
It's one of the 2 options at this point in time. And
That's fine. I mean,
I will make a motion for R6 approval with the, what word?
163.
But keeping in mind utilizing process through Chapter 163 Developers Agreement.
Chapter 163 Developers Agreement.
Yeah. With the, that be structured around the distributed waste technology system to address the concerns about water quality in Lake County, consistent with the comp plan.
All right, arguably, that's a completely different motion than before, I feel. The R6 with the developer's agreement, so I think anybody can second that. We have a solution. I mean, I'll pass the gavel, and, yeah, I think he can, because it's a new.
Can I second that motion?
You can.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and we have a second, and it's the R6 zoning that was requested, but with the developer's agreement that would require the waste distributive system.
And you agreed to the developer's agreement?
On the waste management, we can look into that. If that's the one stipulation there, I think we can work with that. Yep.
So again, that will require the agreement coming back to you at another public hearing.
Okay.
Just for the waste management, is that what?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
For the DWTS, not waste management, that's something different.
Yeah.
He means waste, just.
Well, the wastewater system.
Wastewater system. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, all right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I think everybody, our intentions are in the right place. So moving along very quickly to,
Mike, are you done?
do we have an annexation report?
I'm not done.
Okay, all right.
This is the long one.
Okay. Yeah.
We ready? If, for the record, Mike Fitzgerald, the Office of Planning and Zoning Director. The following is an annexation report for the board. First one is an annexation in the Claremont area at 14031 Autoplex Lane. This property was previously considered by the Board of County Commissioners as the Carmex expansion, and they are now annexing into the city of Claremont, and that they will honor the approval that was given and the open space that was granted. And here is the aerial. That was done under a CP zoning, and their commission date is actually tonight, July 1st. Second annexation is in the Eustis area. Their commission date is July 17th. This is a property that is 66.55 acres. No negative comments in regard to this property. Here is a comparison of Lake County urban low versus the municipality is proposing suburban residential. It'll be 5 units per acre, similar open space. And here is the aerial of the property.
Wait a minute, let me get my bearings here. Okay. So our highest density would be up to 4, and theirs is up to, they're proposing 5.
Correct. The current land use is urban low, which is up to 4 dwelling units per net acre. Theirs proposal is suburban residential, which is 5 dwelling units per gross acre.
And our current zoning is?
Current zoning is agriculture.
Okay. They're across, I mean, they're all around this, aren't they? Is that hash mark, is this an enclave?
And
You go back, you'll see where Cobb's is. There you go.
Yeah, now I'm trying to see where the city boundaries are in relation to this property.
I believe it's completely surrounded by Eustis. All of that cross-hatched is the city limits.
Correct.
So it is an
All the
enclave.
crosshatch is the city. This is essentially an enclave that they're attempting to annex.
Want to write a letter?
Well, I mean, it's an enclave. I mean, it's surrounded by city. It's, I mean, I know I've heard, people, a lot of people aren't happy, but it's urban low in the county. Would we, I mean, I just think it's problematic with it being surrounded by the city. Okay. Are there more?
Yes, ma'am. next item is also in the Eustis area. This is 6.18 acres. The current Lake County zoning is residential professional. Proposed city zoning is suburban neighborhood district. Current Lake County flu is urban medium. Proposed city flu is urban residential. Here's a comparison. Urban medium is 7 dwelling units per net acre, 35% open space. The city is proposing 12 dwelling units per acre at 20% open space. It's important to note in this graphic, it looks like a giant flag piece of property. It is the same owner as alternate key 1193770.
Wow.
So I imagine that they're assembling that property inside the city, and they will propose to the city a residential development.
Yeah. I mean, these are situations where these are infill. Wouldn't everyone consider these infill?
Yeah.
I mean, they're not, they're not going into rural areas. They're not going into rural transition. They're inside their, they're practically, surrounded by other urban land uses.
Correct. This is an urban land use in the county currently.
Yeah.
Next item is in the Leesburg area. Current county zoning is agriculture. The proposed city zoning is planned unit development.
Oh, boy.
County flu is rural and rural transition, and the proposed city flu is estate residential. The comparison is in rural is 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. Rural transition is a combination of 1 dwelling unit per either 1, 3, or 5, depending on the open space that's provided. The municipality is proposing estate residential at 3 dwelling units per acre, 35% open space, and 586 units.
Mike, is this on the west side of number 2?
This is on the east side of number 2. This one's going to be a little unique in its review.
I'd like to send a letter.
There are a couple of parcels that are being proposed to be annexed. You can see that from the hash mark that the city of Leesburg is adjacent to this property. City of Leesburg has this conceptual plan for what is being proposed, and this is where we're getting the 586 units. But what the board should be aware of is that we have also received a pre-submittal application with this conceptual plan that shows the property out to the east as being included in this project. That property is inside Lake County, outside of the Leesburg ISBA. That's why they can't annex it in.
Right, and this property, I've had a conversation with that's in the RPA, correct?
This is in the Alaha Lake Apopka RPA, alternate keys 1780276 and
Yeah, I've already had a discussion
1780314. The two on the bottom are in the RPA.
Okay.
For what it's worth, I spoke to the applicant, let them know the sentiment of this board that converting rural property into high density is not recommended, and asked that they consider that they, to put it lightly, ask that they consider the portion that is in the county to be their open space area. As you can see, some of the lots that are proposed there, Lakeview, they're some of the premium lots. We'll continue speaking with the applicant. We're just at pre-submittal stage right now, but Leesburg is proposed to hear this August 11th for a second reading for this conceptual plan.
Letter?
So is it fair to say that once they get this conceptual plan in, that they're going to ask for the other portion of it because it's contiguous?
It's part of it.
Mm-hmm.
They can ask. They'll come back with a PUD request.
Okay.
And this is the conceptual plan that we currently have in our possession. If that changes, that's to be seen.
So this conceptual plan that's on the Leesburg side, why are we getting this? I mean, have they already annexed in the city of Leesburg?
No, sir. The annexation, August 11th is the second reading.
And if y'all want me to write a letter to oppose, that'd be more
For
than
this.
happy to.
For this right here. That's
Yeah.
not the other.
Yeah, for the 586 lots. In the, definitely, I think, I mean, to be consistent, these are the spots that.
Correct.
It's
We've
also
all-
important to note that at the May 22nd meeting, the Leesburg Planning Commission recommended denial of this item. Our Public Works Department has done a cursory review of this for the city and has had a multitude of comments regarding number 2 road, access in and out of the project, stoplights. So
So the
there-
letter could include, I think the letter should also attach all those public works comments, would be, I think, a beneficial thing to include.
Well, if they were to take number 2 road from where this is and all the way up to, what is it, 42?
48?
48? And build it to county standards.
It still doesn't get you,
So get your sprawl.
Okay? Because don't they have the other side already? They don't?
No, right here is the east side. This is in the RPA. This is the county. And they can.
But
This
that's
is the
not what they're
county.
asking for. Mike, go back to what they're asking for. This is what they're asking for, just this.
My understanding is that this is the concept plan that will go before Leesburg.
Not that little parcel to the right.
No, the little parcel to the right will have to come to us.
Right. Right. I agree.
So the question is, do we want to write a letter to the city of Leesburg with all of our public works comments
Yes, absolutely.
about the parcel that they're thinking about annexing in? I would agree with I would be more than happy to send a letter off,
Perfect. Sounds good.
if the rest of the board would like that.
100%.
Yes.
Okay.
Strong letter, but diplomatic.
Okay, Melanie, can you help me with that?
Becoming
do
quite
strong.
adept at writing letters for all of you. We can handle it.
All right, what's the next bad news?
Back to your district.
Next item is in the Mount Dora area. This is 6.41 acres west of US 441, north of Roby. Currently, county zoning is light industrial. Proposed city zoning is WP1 Workplace District. Current FLU is regional office. Proposed FLU is industrial. Here is a comparison of what we require versus what the city will require. The property to the west, alternate key 1124727, was granted a mining permit back in the 90s. And it's my understanding that they are annexing the property highlighted there for the sake of stormwater management.
I mean, if that's what the reason is, that sounds valid. I just don't want to have another mine turned into a landfill. They, they annexed that landfill property where we're having all of our problems and extended the life of it and all of that. So we know for a fact that that's what this is about, stormwater management.
I can only report on what was on the application, what the end result is at the city commission. And I have on my report that's to be decided. I'm not sure when this is going before the board. This just sort of showed up as an item. I wanted to include it, but I don't know when the commission meeting is, the city commission.
That's the city's sewer plant.
Correct.
Okay. And that's the railroad right-of-way that's running north of it? That would be the trail?
Correct.
I mean, I think I would like a letter just to clarify what it is that they're suggesting, the property would be used for. I just don't want another.
That's a fair question.
I mean, an old mining site usually raises concerns about the potential for,
Did I notice that on alternate key 1510422, that's light manufacturing? Regional office.
it's part of the Wekiva.
Well, there's LM over here. What's over here on that's current LM, yeah.
This is part of the innovation district, isn't it? Is it not considered to be part of it?
I'm not sure. I think this is outside of that.
It's a little far west.
Either way, you can write the letter to ask. for
To,
the-
to clarify and be
Yeah.
sure that it's,
So do we need a letter, or can staff just reach out to Mount Dora and get that information and bring it back to you?
as long as you reach out in an email, something where it's in writing that they say what the proposed use is.
We can do that at the staff level.
I think being next to the trail, that's an issue. But, yeah, we just wanted to know the intention. All right, what next?
Next one is in the Montverde area. This is 9.47 acres. Once again, I don't know what the council meeting date is going to be. Currently, county zoning is agriculture and light manufacturing. Proposed city zoning would be R1L, single-family, low-density. The current FLU is rural transition. Proposed FLU is planned unit development. Here's a comparison. Rural transition is 1 dwelling unit per 1, 3, or 5 acres, depending on open space. The municipality is proposing a planned unit development at approximately 2 dwelling units per acre. I think it's less than that, more like 1.68. 114 homes and 41% open space. The other important point to make here, this is the property that they're proposing to annex. As you can see from the hash marks, Montverde is directly to the north. This is eventually what the project will become. It's a northern extension of Bella Collina. You can kind of see to the left side of your screen a gray area where potentially some road connection will take place if it's approved. The property that's being annexed in or proposed to be annexed in is where their access will be, and it'll be primarily open space.
It doesn't seem like an appropriate place for light manufacturing or whatever those other land uses were. This seems more consistent with Bella Collina.
Yeah, and that, the other 55 acres, it already has those entitlements to it. So that was the last phase of Bella Collina. And they actually annexed into the town many years ago. They just didn't annex that little piece at the bottom. Yeah.
Okay. Next.
That concludes the report.
Okay.
I thought you said it was going to be long.
All right. Thank you. Moving along then to, we have 2 appointments to the Mount Plymouth-Sorrento Community Redevelopment Advisory Committee, Irene Rodriguez and Mark Farringer. And I would just ask for a motion to approve those.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, then moving along to reports, county attorney, county manager.
Just a reminder that county offices will be closed this Friday in observance of Independence Day. Happy 4th of July, everybody.
All right, Commissioner Sabatini. Commissioner Parks.
Yeah, just a couple things. I don't think it'll take too long, but wanted to report to you that I was at the Florida Association of Counties last week and was able to speak at a forum on Doge, the resolution that we did, and was on a panel, and we had the representative from our governor's office there, Governor DeSantis, Eric Soskin, I think is his name, was up there and led the panel. And so I was able to report on, obviously we were the first county to do it, to do the resolution recognizing that effort for government efficiency. But I was just really wanted to report to you that got a lot of good feedback from people in the audience, which is other county commissioners, because what I reported on was that we leaned into this, like FAC had actually recommended that we do, that all counties lean into the effort to say, let's embrace government efficiency, but then was able to go through a list that Jennifer and I had talked about of some things that we were doing and already doing for government efficiency, things that even have gone back, 5, 6, 8, 10 years in some cases, with some numbers and of how many dollars it's been saved. And so I will tell you that got a lot of good feedback from other counties that of things that we were doing, we already been doing, that they were not doing. And the governor's representative was complimentative as well. So I just thought that was good to report to you that I know there's a lot of talk and how everything's inefficient, and I think it's important to have that focus always, that we're doing it on a yearly basis when we go through our budget, but that I just thought it was good to report that and celebrate that Lake County is very efficient. Not perfect, but we're efficient, and we were recognized there for that. The JPA meetings yesterday I thought was huge. I thought it was a great day for Lake County, so I appreciate everybody's input. My only follow-up question was, the transportation side of things. I think it was a little not vague and necessarily in a bad way, but I'm assuming we're going to have a follow-up to some of the information that was presented in more detail from Fred and from Mike Woods. Are we going to do that?
Well, and when I get to my report, I want to bring up some of those concepts and just talk about them briefly.
Yeah, because that's my hope, is that we have that now that it sounded like we had all 14 or 13 of the cities at least going to go to start talking about executing JPAs with us, but then specifically the transportation side, which I think is going to take a lot of time.
Well, and I would go ahead and set the meeting for 90 days from now.
Yeah. A follow-up?
A follow-up meeting.
Yeah, I agree.
So along those lines, since we're talking about transportation, we're talking about the JPA,
Mm-hmm.
I just want to throw something out for everybody to pick around. So, looking at that massive number of dollars for deficiencies, for that, those 25 priority projects, and then some of the more, some of them have been around for 15, 20 years, like 44B and so forth. So keeping that in mind, that it's a huge amount to bite off. How are we ever going to get there? Also, the side of how do we actually engage the cities in all of this ongoing, maintenance and resurfacing and all of that. So a couple ideas. One would be a countywide MSTU that would go towards operations. Of course, to do that, the cities would all have to agree. So we'd all have to get on the same page in that regard. But maybe do an analysis to find out what that would look like as far as how much could be generated, how much could be tackled on resurfacing. And the next thing would be the catch-up part. And I don't know if you guys would have any interest in this or exploring it, but the possibility of taking a referendum to the public to say, we've got major capital needs, transportation-wise. Is there support to actually tackle those capital needs through, because we can't bond unless we had a referendum. So we couldn't go out and borrow the money to get to do the matching funds, to get the DOT money, to do the widening of 441, to do 44 from Eustis to Leesburg, to do what's our problem child in Hartwood Marsh. We can't tackle all of those things unless we had a revenue stream.
Well, and you kill two birds with one stone. The public has input of whether they want it or not. I mean, that's what we're all hearing.
You pick specific roads.
Well, or, do you want this or do you want it to remain the same? But I think at the same time, we need to explain to them our budget and what we really have to work with. I still don't think that the public understands our budgeting process, that most of our monies flow through. It's not general fund money that we just spend wherever. Right. So that needs...
And the cost of roads.
And the second part of it is, I think if we have that, it'll be easier for the MPO to work with the state and the federal government to get more money. If we have our commitment
Yeah, I mean, that's what, it's, we get that commitment. You saw the scenarios, and he had more.
I mean, Mike said, like, even if you had 20 million a year,
Yeah.
what a difference that would make,
7 to
that
10
you could
years.
just commit. But it seems like we'd have to, if there was interest here, we'd have to have our folks, do an analysis of what the dollars would be, what we would need to collect millage-wise, and then what we would actually be asking the public to consider. And unless we just start going down that road, we won't know. I mean, we may get the answers back and decide that it's not tenable and that it wouldn't even have a shot. But the other thought too is, I don't know about the nickel, if you include that, as
Gas
part
tax.
of the referendum.
Gas is pretty inexpensive now.
But it's not a great source because the fact that everything, you got the EVs, it's not like, but it is a source that, it's one source we have not maxed out that other counties have, that we get pushback from DOT on that, like, why haven't you done that? But you could wrap that up in the referendum too. But, and then the JPA, the issue of that common vision of reining in the annexations into the rural areas and creating these bands and corridors and so forth. I meant to bring the map today that I had asked Jennifer to help me get staff to put together that actually shows our future land use map and it highlights the rural and rural transition areas. We have, I mean, it's not too late. This is doable if the cities were on board. So you could tie all of this into, we're asking the public if they would support going after these funding sources in order to address transportation. In return, the cities have agreed through an interlocal with the county that they're going to honor these basically no annexation zones, or whatever you want to call them, rural zones.
How do we tie that into transportation?
It's through the JPA. I mean, it's a trade-off that we're trying to address transportation, but as part of that, I mean, if we go to the public and we say we need money to do all these capital needs, right? But in return, they're not getting any commitment that we're going to try to get a pullback on annexations. I think we have a harder time getting the support because it's a never-ending process then. Because you're just going to have more and more and more that you.
I think it is I mean, I'm glad we're going to do this. I think we just need to do it between now and the end of the year, have the discussion, and come up with action. To your point, one thing that the public will say too is, well, you've been collecting all the impact fee money. So there is some education there.
We can show exactly
Yeah.
where it's gone, what projects,
Exactly.
what's
Why do you
been
need-
funded. I mean, a lot has
Yeah.
been collected.
Right.
And a lot of projects have been done, so that would be part of, making sure we have all of the information available.
Yeah, I think it's if you're to go down that road, no pun intended, it would be a list of specific roads, projects that would get funded through the public input process.
So what you do is a white paper on it and just
Yeah.
start getting it out and handing it out to people and putting it on the website.
Yeah.
I mean, 44 from Mount Dora to Eustis to Leesburg, that's like a, $150, $200 million project at best. If you break, you got 441 widening, you've got the
South
Perkins
Leesburg, going
441, you've got Hartwood Marsh, and we know which projects would need to be on that list. So we just need staff to help us add up the dollars, figure out what the revenue stream would need to look like in
Right.
order to bond off of a revenue stream in order to take those on.
I'm ready to start talking about
But I
that
think a
option.
really important part of this is in return, cities, we really need everybody on board on these JPAs.
Yeah, and that's why I didn't talk about my white paper yesterday, was I wanted to get them, okay, let's at least start talking about the JPAs before we went down going to the rabbit hole, so to speak, with some of those funding sources. But it's going to be a delicate art over the next couple months, I think, to get them engaged with the JPA process, but then, yes, to get something that we can show the public, to your point, that there's some good growth management tied to it, right?
Yeah, I think that's the sell, is that there's a trade-off.
Yeah. Okay.
So thoughts on maybe kind of having staff sort of work on some numbers and ideas? And then maybe focus on 90 days out, we're looking at trying to get together with the cities and talk about this stuff?
So 90-day follow-up? Okay.
But let's don't wait till the 89th day to send the information out to them. Let's give it to them before day 80.
Well, and like with the maintenance and the MSTU.
I want to make
mean,
sure they have
put
time
that
to
out
look
there.
at it.
We have to have an idea of what does it look like, you know, how much,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
what would we actually be asking for in light of the city's millages? What could even be asked for? Okay, all right, so great for bringing that up.
No, I appreciate that. I have a comment about, I'll save this till next time. More on the DOSH stuff, some things I learned where I think we're going to go and what's going to happen in Florida next year with property tax elimination or reform efforts. But the last thing, which because you were talking about this, is what popped in my mind, why I said that. All right, so the last thing is the Hickory Point soccer complex, or park, had a soccer complex that was named after Mike Stone. Do you know Mike Stone? Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, so I would like for staff to work with, I guess there's been some signage that was removed, and I know the complex doesn't have his name on it anymore, the whole park. But I want to make sure that he is honored, is still honored there as well. So can we work with staff on that because I'm hearing different things about signs are gone and there's no signs there.
Because it used to be right on 19, you could see
Yeah.
the sign, and
Yeah.
I think that is like
Yeah, the sign has been removed, but we can certainly put up a small plaque somewhere around the concession stand. I think there's already something in play for that.
Well, they're working on a master plan. They're going to redo the entire area, and so I think what the plan was is after, because the plan is to put in a track. This is property that is owned by the Water Authority. However, this is not owned by us currently. Right. So I think they're going to put in a track around the soccer field. So once that is complete, the idea was to put in a sign when you enter the soccer area of the complex, once they get the master planning done.
Okay, I thought that's what I heard, but I'm just bringing that up because I know, you know, his family, and Mike did a lot for Lake County. They volunteer all over the place, just constantly. So I would, out of respect to them and him, I just want to make sure that doesn't go away.
No.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
absolutely.
So should
We still have plaques there.
I don't know who's-
I think the only sign that's been removed, unless I'm mistaken, is the large sign. And it was kind of an old sign that
It was a painted sign that was on
19, right? Yes. But there's still plaques on the facility, like the concession area. There's still plaques there recognizing him, but there is, from my discussions with Bobby, there is a plan to do a more formal dedication type sign entering the soccer area
Okay,
once the master planning's done.
That's good, and I'll get with you on that and get with Kathy, his wife. Yeah.
Sure.
To communicate that. Other than that, happy Independence Day, everybody.
Okay, Commissioner Smith.
I'll save my comments for next time, and so I don't incite any more conversation on this very long meeting.
Yeah, that's.
Commissioner Morris.
I've got a bunch of them, but I'm going to save them for next time. I do have one thing. It's a positive and a negative. Abel Berry has been promoted, moving to the head office in Orlando to run that hospital from there. It's good for him. I'm sorry to lose him in Lake County. He's been a great individual to work with, and it was all about him and the county and getting everybody together. So y'all wish him luck.
Okay, all right. And then just real quick, because it's timely, we need to talk about it. The Mount Dora meeting that we had, the joint meeting, and the idea of the CRA settlement, we talked about the idea that the money that was generated would actually be set aside for transportation issues in and around Mount Dora. I wanted to throw out the possibility that that 44B, being that it's such a major problem, that we suggest that we pool that money between us and the city, their share, and we attempt to get DOT to move up improvements on that segment. Even if it's not the whole project, maybe it's the intersection at 44 and 44, or it's, just some of the choke points along that road, but to see whether we could get DOT to consider moving it along faster.
Would that come from the MSTU?
No, this is from that CRA settlement.
Okay, CRA settlement.
I would make a suggestion, we get the CRA completed first, and then we go to negotiate where we got the money. I mean, they haven't agreed to the CRA for what we, as far as I know, have they?
We're talking about, what, a month now?
I mean,
A month?
we could be talking for days and that ain't even voted yet.
No, the document has been revised pending discussion on which road project or projects the board would like to include in that document. So if you look confused.
No, there's something going, are y'all hearing beeps?
No.
I heard like a very light bug.
Maybe your battery's going down.
Battery's gone.
It's gotta be my ears.
So if the board wants to throw the 44B project out there as a way to use those monies, then we can write it that way, or we can write it for, Public Works gave me a list of about 12 roads that could be resurfaced within that Mount Dora CRA. So that was another option. So as soon as we know which road projects we want to throw out there, we'll get that draft back to the city.
So do you leave it open where you include 44B as one of the options? You include these like just road resurfacing projects as an option? I feel like it's worth.
Well, I think we told them that we would at least look at 50% with some of the money being targeted toward resurfacing roads within the city of Mount Dora. Is that the way it was?
Around Mount Dora.
In and around Mount
In and
Dora.
around Mount Dora. I still don't think it's a blighted area, so it doesn't matter what I think.
Well,
we're gonna get 50% of the money if they agree, and I think that's a good idea. I mean, what's the competitor? What's the other road that would be? I mean,
the other would be like a variety of roads that would just be resurfaced. So it's kind of like trying to take on a
roundabout
a
at
real
Eudora.
The roundabout.
Donnelly Street? I'm kidding.
No, the roundabout at Eudora.
Yeah.
and-
That's
Okay.
not 44.
So over the life of that CRA, each party would get, if you added it all up, it would be roughly 6 million each. So, what I got to thinking was, is there a way you could bond off of that? The revenues coming in, we could actually, go out and get the money we can put the roundabout on that list. 44B, resurfacing. But we can't bond off of it because it's ad valorem, and you can't do that without a referendum. So, but you could dedicate, each party, the county and the city could dedicate an equal amount, like to go, or we could just accumulate it. But I like the idea of resurfacing, but we have this like huge capital need, and we have the roundabout as a capital need too. I would think.
There's no way that we could add our MSTU money to the CRA money?
What MSTU money?
That roads?
That's your unincorporated MSTU.
Stormwater?
That's unincorporated, like, road and stormwater. You don't want to, that's.
And this is all in the city we're talking about, for the CRA?
No, the CRA was in the county. They annexed it. They designated it. We challenged them, and we're negotiating with them over whether we should take it to court that they designated it to begin with as a CRA. That's what got us to the settlement.
What's the action step we got to vote on today? Is it just a consensus thing where we're going to agree upon that road? Because I think if they know that, then they're definitely much more likely to agree with us, right? Like, oh, that sounds great. Then they're going to agree to do the cost split.
I think maybe we put all three out there, the resurfacing options for how the money could be used. Resurfacing of these roads, and we give them the list that Public Works put together. 2, pull the money together and use it as a match to try to get 44B worked on sooner by FDOT. Use some of it to help offset the cost of the roundabout at Eudora. So maybe we put those 3 categories, and then that way we've given them something to consider.
I move to throw those ideas out to Mount Dora. So do we do that in the form of a letter?
Yeah, we don't need a motion. I'm working on the agreement. I'll just add all of it into the exhibit.
Got it. Cool.
So, I mean, it could be that a real positive thing comes out of something that's been a difficult situation, but I'll hold my judgment on that.
And then they'll fix Donnelly Street, right?
And apparently that's on their agenda, I think, tonight. They're looking at a project that includes some major improvements to Donnelly. So, okay, all right. Well, that concludes my report. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Smith. He's going to tell us what the...
That's right. And today, actually, I got a real good friend of mine that is from Canada. So today's Canada Day.
Oh, Canada.
But it's also the most important one, National Ginger Snap Day.
Ginger Snap Day.
Oh, go out and get some ginger snaps.
We're going to start telling them ahead of time so we have those treats.
They've already tried that.
Oh,
All right. All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for your patience. We stand adjourned.
You had to throw the word phlegmatic